Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back to J is for Justice. I am your host, Jay, and welcome to my channel. Today, we are going to be watching day 3, I think it's day 3, of the Boy in the Box trial. So welcome, welcome. It's good to see a lot of you loungers in here this morning. He's going to need more slaw in a second. If you are new here,
Gonna fucking need extra slaw in a second.
Please consider subscribing to my channel. And welcome to this community. We have a great little community here where opinions are always welcome and we still manage to respect one another. If that sounds good to you, scan that QR code on your screen or click a link in the chat to become a member of the lounge. So welcome back, everybody. I am going to go over, because it looks like Law and Grime has started and we're watching them come into the courtroom. So let's go watch that and then we'll see what's happening. The siblings have arrived. I'm just kidding. All right. There's Timothy. I have some pictures to share with you guys on recess, too. I found some pictures of them. Hey, Mark Klein. Hello, Dandy. Hello, Meg P. Hello, Island. Olive Juice and Angie B. And Jammers are here to moderate. Also, Kendi. Hello, Kendi. And the one and only Mike Sanner. And we're back to the emblem. Let me rewind and I'll show you them coming into court. Let's see what they look like coming in. Do we have sound on it? Where's my headphones? Where's my glasses? I need my glasses. Oh, there's no audio. I wonder who this old woman is. She's like, she must be related to, oh, she's sitting right smack dab next to him. Is that like his mom? Interesting, isn't it? These people are so weird. I was obsessed on them last night. I was like Googling his name. I was like looking for everything I could on these people because they're so weird. And I shared some of the stuff in Discord. If you guys are not a member of our Discord, if you're a member of this channel, you can be a member of the Discord. Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Oh my gosh, Jenny's here. We haven't seen Jenny in forever in a day. Welcome, Jen.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer, instead of bye, Jennifer. You want one Jennifer's or two? Because we got two now.
You guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
We got two. Always two. Good morning, Blair. Good morning, Myron. Good morning, BJ. You love Weird Jay. I know. I love you too, Mark Klein. My Mark Calvin Klein. My Mark Calvin Klein, John Gone Girl, and Ken are my three, like, long-time listener guys. Dudes in the house. Always two Jennifers. Always, always. I learned something. It helps to see your video, Jay, if you take down the video before it. What? You were watching the wrong one? Good morning, Olive Juice. Good morning, good morning. Hello, Punani. Punani's here. The show can begin. The show can now begin.
Niggas wife me once they get that good punani.
My YouTube daughter has arrived. We should be beginning anytime. Trying to think where we left off yesterday. We left off yesterday with the victim himself testified, and then who were we supposed to hear from today that's in person? Or are we watching more videos? I can't remember where we left off, guys. Good morning, Melanie. Welcome back. Welcome back. I know I should make more coffee. So I have like the weirdest sleeping schedule. I was up at like 3 in the morning, I think. I don't even know what time it was. But I made coffee like an idiot. And then I went back to sleep, and then I got up again, and I drank like the rest of that coffee, and it just wasn't all that good. So I'm kind of debating. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Do I make more coffee and then maybe feel sick all day because I haven't eaten? Or do I just hold off on the coffee? I'm at that point. Oh my God. If you guys don't stop with the pooping.
Roly-poly, daddy's little Betty. Betty's gonna be a man someday.
That's right. Melissa B., thank you. That's right. They have an expert witness and videos they're going to be entering as exhibits all day. So that's what today is going to be. Straight up all day. Hey, Anna. John Gahn got charged twice for the channel membership. That shouldn't have happened. John Gahn, that's just how much you love me times 2. Because you know what? You wanted 2 Jennifers. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it happened, because you asked for 2 Jennifers.
You guys want one Jennifer or 2 Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, John Gahn, though, for being a member. John Gahn girl. Opa says eat and then go for more coffee. And that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Welcome back, Tilly. Welcome back. And good to see you too, Opa. Opa! Flaming cheese. Opa! 2 Jennifers. 2 Jennifers calls for double charging.
Hi, Jennifer.
John Gahn's like,
Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer.
he's like, see ya.
What?
Hello, Lucia. Lucia, good morning. Tomorrow's the magical day. You get to go home. Lucia gets to go home from rehab tomorrow. Woo-hoo. Can't wait to hear that you're home.
Yeah.
Don Wells agrees. Protein makes coffee work harder. I don't have any protein. I have peanut butter. How about peanut butter toast and then more coffee?
Because you're a liar.
Wake up.
Welcome back, Patty. Good to see you. Good to see you. Bye, Jennifer. Speaking of the Crumbly parents, guess what? Found out yesterday that the Supreme Court has ruled against them. Their trial must go on. So we're going to have a court date real soon for the Crumbly parents. And I'm thinking about going up to Michigan for it because I think it's going to be a big deal. It's a big deal to me anyways. It's a really big deal to me because A, I used to live around there, and B, this has never happened before. We've never had parents actually be charged for for what their kids did. So maybe I will be able to make a trip up to Michigan and go to their trial. We just have to make sure that it's not going to be like continued or anything like that. So we will see what happens. I'm not sure what the delay is. The judge promised us we would start on time today. He must be in the shitter. It's the only thing I can imagine. He must be in the shitter. You guys are rubbing off on me. What can I say? You're horrible influences. Horrible. Horrible, I say. Horrible. Hold on. Get rid of that background noise. Jeez. How's that? Am I loud enough? I feel like I'm not loud enough. I feel like my mic is really quiet right now. Yeah, his rumbling tummy, it was like, come on. Don't eat any more chili dogs at lunch, Judge, please. Please. Please don't do it. Melissa says he's a ding dong. Ding dong. Women are sacred. I missed yesterday's testimony. I've got to go back. I'll return once I'm caught up. Have a great day. We'll see you in a little bit, women. Go ahead and do it on 2 times speed. Well, hopefully because they have the day planned, like a little more. Okay, if I can tell it's quiet, and I don't know why it is, but let's try this. See, then I get background noise. I sound like a good little potato. I don't think I'm loud enough, though. Is that Freedom Rock, man? Turn it up, man. All right, I'm going to turn it up, man. Let's see where we get. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Jesus, that's a lot of gain. Mic check 1 2 1 2. How's that? Here we are. Here we are. Turn on the sound, Judge. I've got captions up for you guys. Is that better? Hold up. I changed my mind. I'm not leaving. Women, will catch you up in chat if you'd like. We love that you wanted to stay. Good morning, potato. I just channeled my inner potato and she showed up. Hello, Beth. Olive. I hope he washed his hands. Why are they muted? It's just a test. We all survived our test yesterday, too.
And that leaves another hour of testimony, then you could do those 2 witnesses.
So I will tell those witnesses to be available at 5 Eastern.
Here he goes.
That's fine, but let me confirm with the jurors that they're available, because anytime I drop on them a change in the schedule, I always make sure that it's something they can accommodate.
Can you hear me now? 1 2 1 2.
Okay. All right, so that's the plan then. All right.
Miss Nightbot.
I'm going to start with publishing some evidence this morning. So if we could just have the TV moved and then.
You need it moved up? Okay, all right, Mark, can you take care of that? And then when you're ready, you can bring the jurors out.
Shall we play a game?
So today they have an expert witness, and then they're going to be entering exhibits of videos all day. That's what we were told yesterday.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
So I'm not distorted at all, Myron. What's up, Feminem? Like I said, welcome to our community. If you love our community on YouTube, you can scan that membership link right on your screen. It's so easy to become a member of our lounge.
All right, for any folks that are on Zoom for the court's morning docket, the morning docket has concluded. So if you were here for an 8:30 hearing, your matter is now been concluded. So you can go ahead and sign off. If you're here for the trial in State versus Ferriter, you can remain logged in. But otherwise, if you're here for the morning hearings, you can go ahead and sign off.
We're here for the ferrets.
Yeah, that's good.
Exhibit E.
Welcome, Facebook. Everybody say hello to Facebook. We've got a few people watching on Facebook this morning. Thank you, Myron. Tilly Cass's court is so intimidating, especially when you're in the defense box. That must be their expert witness sitting next to Tracy over there yucking it up. And like I said, I have a bunch of pictures for you guys from that I found on the web of these people. I'll show you one right now because this one was like, whoa. He's wearing the same shirt. Remember we saw that video yesterday? They must have done the camera work and made the room and then went out for a family dinner.
All right, so all sides ready to proceed?
check this out. I'll pull it up when it comes over.
All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors out. We can get started.
He needs to just shut his trap, that dude. He is like the devil incarnate. I swear it. And how do these people have a blonde child? I'm not saying two brunettes can't have a blonde child, but this is their family dinner. Look at his shirt. It's the same shirt he's wearing in that Ring doorbell. That's the daughter, I think, who testified with the longer brown hair.
All rise.
I think that's little Pierce. And then that's the mom. And then I don't know who these kids are. On the left, I think, is Ronan. And I don't know who's next to him. Maybe the two bios are next to her and the two adopted are next to him. Maybe that's how it is.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back this morning. I hope everyone had a good evening, rest, and had the opportunity to rest and relax. I want to bring, I told you at the beginning, if we had any issues with the scheduling, I would let you know at the earliest opportunity once I became aware of it. And unfortunately, I need to let you know that we are not running on schedule as we had planned.
Of course not.
We are running a little bit behind.
You shit too much.
So I'm going to do a couple things to try to get us back on schedule. The plan today would be to go to 6 o'clock, but I won't do that on the day that you get here without making sure that all of you can stay to 6 today.
But he couldn't have done that
and,
when the kid was
secondly,
on the stand, right?
I would start tomorrow at 8:30 instead of 10 and go to 6 tomorrow. The idea being that that would create at least a reasonable possibility we would be done with the completion of the submission of the evidence. Unfortunately, that means that we probably will not get to closing arguments tomorrow, that we would not get to closing arguments at the earliest until Tuesday. I don't know if Monday is a holiday for all of you, but it's a holiday for the court, so we would not start back on Monday. We would start back on Tuesday. So the first question I have for you, is there anybody that has a logistical issue that you could not stay to 6 today? If you do, then we won't stay to 6. We'll end at 5 like we had planned.
This guy's
I see someone.
unbelievable.
You have a problem staying to 6? All right. So I told you at the beginning, you people are the most important people in this courtroom, and I meant that. So if you've got a problem, I'm not going to inconvenience you at this point. We'll finish at the normal time that you expected at 5 today. How about having time to prepare for tomorrow? Any issue being here at 8:30 and going to 6 tomorrow to try to squeeze out as much time as we can. All right. So that's that. I'm the bearer of the bad news for that. So let me tell you the other thing. That in terms of the closings, and there may be some submission of evidence, you need to plan for next week of being required to be here, I would say at least Tuesday and maybe Wednesday or Thursday, because I don't know how long deliberations are going to take.
Next week?
But what I do know is that under the current plan, the expectation would be that you would get the case sometime on Tuesday. And then you would start deliberations, and we never know how long deliberations are going to take. And the only thing I need to work out is whether I would be available on Wednesday or we would go Tuesday, Thursday of next week. And I won't know the answer to that until tomorrow. I'll let you know. So, but at a minimum, you need to kind of plan that you could be on call for me Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. And
Yeah, at $12 a day.
this is one of those unfortunate times where you fall into that 10% that run over the original estimate, but it happens. And I apologize that it's happened, but it's something that we have to deal with. As I told you at the very beginning, once we start, we have to finish. So I do ask in advance for your understanding, and certainly don't hold it against anybody, one side or the other, because we are going over. You can hold it against me. I'm fine. I'm a big boy. You can hold it against me, but certainly don't hold it against either the state or the defendant in this case, okay? All right, everybody understand that? So we'll go to 5 today like the original schedule, and tomorrow we'll start at 8:30 and then go to 6, and you'll get your normal morning breaks. Okay? All right? I know I'm not seeing any smile. Well, I am seeing one smile, so I appreciate that.
Really?
Okay, so with that, is the state ready to continue? Anything else you want me to? Yeah.
Unreal, man. These people are a piece of work. I don't know if I'm ready to do this another week, you guys. But we're going to have to stay for it, right?
And it's like a meat
locker
locker in my chamber.
We're here for it. Chick Tracy, what's up? Truth Exposed. Hello, everybody. Come out.
All right, so it was brought to my attention. I'm aware that one of our jurors has the flight leaving. When is the flight?
A flight?
Tuesday evening. So you'd be out Tuesday. So we will speak with you and address that. I mean, we knew it was a risk, and we didn't anticipate that it was a risk that was going to cause much of an issue. But we will address your situation at the appropriate time, and I'm not going to force you to change your plans. I can tell you that. It may alter how I handle coming back, but we'll deal with that. So don't fret or worry about that situation. Okay. Unless you can tell me that your plans could be changed, and if you tell me that and it's not a big deal, then I would consider. But I'm not putting pressure on you to do that. Okay, so why don't you check on that and you'll let me know, and then at the appropriate time, we'll figure out what to do with your situation.
Dodo calls him Papa.
All right. Thank you for raising that with me, Ms. Coakley, because I was aware that was one issue we were going to have to deal with. All right, so at this point, all sides ready to continue with the trial this morning? All right, Ms. Murad, Mr. Wahid, you ready? Yes. All right, who's going to? Okay, all right, so the state is publishing Exhibit 17. This is a document that's already in evidence, and you're very familiar now with the publishing process. It's the process by which they display to you the items that have been put in the evidence. So, any objection to that?
I object.
All right, that'll be fine, Mr. Wade. And just to clarify, Mr. Wade, these are Exhibits 4 and 7 that were entered during the cross-examination of FF. Yeah.
Women are sacred. I hear you. We all are. Pick us up some. We're all in a goofy mood. I have to go make coffee. Here's your defendant, Timothy Ferrier, and his wife, Tracy. And no, they're not from Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. They're real.
Ms. Coakley, just for purposes of the court managing the mid-morning break, how long are the publishing, if there's any one that's going to go 30 minutes, an hour, just give me some estimate so I can manage the breaks.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
Okay, so I typically don't like to go more than an hour, hour and a half. So if it gets
Roberta,
up to one of those stopping points, let me know and we'll take a break at the appropriate time.
No way. We have a Roberta in chat, guys. Roberta, you are a member.
Roberta.
We love you, Roberta.
Roberta.
I freaking love it. We've never had a Roberta. Mark Klein, you are too kind. Roberta Kaiser says they are evil. Roberta, we agree.
Roberta.
You guys are so sweet, but yeah, J is for justice. I got up, I washed my face, I brushed my teeth, I put a headband on, and I'm right here. Well, Roberta, please, I'm so glad you spoke up. I love it. We have a real Roberta in chat.
Roberta.
I love it. You have your own soundbite, babe.
And Your Honor, just for record purposes, every video that we begin, I will be reading off the date for that video so it can be identified.
So the record's
so much.
clear.
Yes.
All right, I'll look to you to attend to that.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right.
So right now, the state will
doesn't
be
care,
publishing
in
State's
other
Exhibit
words.
17, specifically January 6th, 2022.
And, okay, so jurors able to, the TV's close enough, you're able to see everything fine? All right. You may proceed.
I know, Myron. It's one thing after another. Yes, Roberta is our mascot.
Roberta.
videos, guys. Let's listen.
Good morning. Guys, go to the bathroom. Can you come back?
Try turn it up. Now I don't hear anything. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. Perry, I think he should have taken the plea. The guy's an idiot. The guy's an idiot. Who is it? Let's see if we can't get doggy cam a little zoomed out a little bit so you guys can have your emotional support. Probably going to need it today, I'm thinking. I hear kids. Look at my girls. Pause out. Pause out. Women are sacred. It sounds like a plan, girl. Sounds like a plan. We'll wait and see when that trial date is going to be. Yeah, he could have gotten 2 years in prison, 5 years probation, and been done. Feminem says, my mother is so obsessed with your dogs. Aw. The girls.
Get too close. Let's go.
Thank you, guys. Roberta and Roberto. Mark, I need to get dogs that are brother and sister. Roberta and Roberto.
Roberta.
Oh, I think this guy thinks he's above the law. I really, really do. I found him on Twitter last night, guys. He's all a crypto guy. He's a crypto guy. He's on Twitter. It's like selling you 101 at selling you 101. Crypto. Keep the all lighters away from his head. His head is flammable. Tiff, me too. I want to grab him by his freaking little button nose and just twist it. Twist it.
Ready? You ready? Can you replay? Will you turn up your air during the day? We don't? Okay. Did you want to throw your blanket on there and make your bed nice? Are those dirty clothes? Okay. So put whatever you need to put in here. Put your dirty ones and dirty ones. Bathroom. See, this needs to be right here. Got it? Yep. Okay. Get back a little bit. go. Yeah, let's go, man. I'm thinking you, okay? Yes, that's right.
The mother looks like a ferret in real life. Hi, Carlin. The wife is being charged. They have separate trials. I don't know why she's allowed to even sit in here. So what they're doing is they're entering these videos as exhibits, but I don't know why they're not allowing us to see them. We weren't able to see them yesterday. We only got to see them because it was a mistake in the beginning. Hi, Summer. Summer, can you say hey? Okay, see ya. Bye, Felicia. Kendi, thank you for gifting a membership. Let's see who gets it. Beth! Oh my gosh, I can't think of someone more deserving than Mrs. Kurt Cobain. Congratulations. Welcome to the lounge. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. I love when people get gifted. Beth, that's awesome. I know, Summer's like, fuck you.
Suppose you're doing homework on here, huh? The whole time, the last couple hours? Suppose homework, right? Any games? Are you blocking it so you can't try to be like on the camera? Are you doing that? Strategically? No. Let's go. When you lie...
His voice, a dad's voice, gives me anxiety. It makes my stomach sick when I hear his voice. Like, it's cringe. His voice is so cringe. He's scary. I don't like him at all. Truth Exposed. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, Angie B.
Or is it a cigar?
Thank you, Angie. Truth. Welcome to the club. Oh, I know it is like PTSD. It reminds me of my ex-husband. He was a yeller. Hate yelling.
Go, that stuff's out of here. Give me that.
Okay, see you soon, Mike. Be safe out there. He is really scary. I get that horrible, like, feeling in
Kim,
my
put that on
stomach.
pause, please.
Put it on pause. Now we're up at the frickin' bench again. Truth Exposed says that was so doggone sweet.
I heard Eduardo.
With like a G. With like a G. Yes, with a G. Oh, we've got another membership coming in. Super hot from Melissa B. Women are sacred. I can't think of another more deserving person. Welcome to the lounge. Rebecca says he looks like Jimmy Neutron. He does. Somehow, some way, many women will write him in jail. You're right. It's gross. If Brian Koberger gets play in jail, anybody can get play in jail. They're going to do this all day, guys. This is so frustrating.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
No, they don't. Judge Warner doesn't do this. Judge Warner didn't do this to us.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
Good morning, Samantha. Welcome. So glad to have all of you guys. Welcome, new members. Oh my God, we got another one, Miss Flo and Frag. Frag, welcome. It's about time, right, Frag? Thank you so much, Flo, and thank you, Frag. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Let's see. We got to celebrate that one. If Beetlejuice was in jail, women would write. Even Edward Scissorhands would get mail in jail, right, Mark Klein? Mark Klein. Oh, Blair. Yes. It's Big Boy's hair. Oh, my gosh. My son was Big Boy for Halloween when he was 18 months old. It was so cute.
All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
I keep having... Wait, I'm going to tell you guys in chat. Carlin's like, no. Truth exposed. He is disgusting.
Now publishing January 7th, 2022.
She's given the dates before each video. I'm going to be quiet. We'll just kick back and listen. I'm going to go make coffee.
Sure.
These are all just static. We can't see them. It sucks.
It's inappropriate.
I agree.
Brill cream, a little dabble, do ya?
It's inappropriate.
I agree. Oh, whoops.
Morning. Good morning. Okay, let me get your clothes, here's your food. Get it going. Okay? Grab your clothes. Are these dirty? Yes. bed.
It feels weird knowing she's seeing all the evidence before her trial. Doesn't it? She's sitting there on a laptop in court? What is going on here? Hey, Jay Baloo. Hey, hey, hey. They look like they're siblings, Carlin. Yesterday, the judge had bubble gut. It's been a nightmare, Carlin. It's been an absolute nightmare up in here. Les be friends. What's up, Leslie? I don't understand why she's there and she's able to see all the defense when she's going to go to trial herself.
The lawyers.
He wasn't farting. His stomach was rumbling.
Where's your food? Give me your food. Roll that like the other ones.
Bubble gut. Jay Baloo, thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Roberta.
Is that chat too distracting on the screen? Should I take it down? Is it better without it? Give me some constructive criticism on my screen. Is it too busy? Do I need to make it more uniform? What do you guys think? Do you like it to be just, oh, I don't know what to expect? Or do you think it should be more uniform? Because it gives me anxiety. I'm not good at organization. So give me some constructive criticism, please.
Alright, put your stuff together. What are those?
Not anything after that.
Okay. You got your stuff?
Yes, you get some.
Say hi, Ryan. No, let's go. We're gonna go do that. Let's go. He's gonna eat.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's go. Go. Go, 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 no. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
I need to make the dino an emote icon for members. know, the dogs ditched me, man. Jerks. I'm going to go make some coffee, I guess. I'll be right back. I got y'all on my phone.
Scope that away for your dishes in the bathroom. Change the extra garbage down very much. Socks? Yep. There's shoes out there. I should start making a bed over there, okay? Okay. Good night.
Now publishing January 8th, 2022.
Attorney? No, still with us. We'll plug that in for you. Ready for you. Father's coming out. Here they come. Here they go. Here's it. Congratulations, Nola. Good job, Nola.
you doing? Why? You want to eat dinner? Yeah. Okay. Let's eat dinner. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Okay. Thank you, Mama, for bringing me dinner. Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, that'll be great. Thank you.
Now publishing January 9th, 2022.
Good morning. Here, here's your food, and you grab some clothes for church and make your bed. I think that's the bathroom right now. So take the clothes. Anything else? No, just that's good. Okay, here, you can start eating, and then a couple minutes of fumes, I'll come get you. Let's go brush your teeth. Dirty stuff.
Hey, Diana.
Cars, you're gonna have no cars for bath time. Come on, Bears. Come on. No, come on, maybe later. Hey, Bears, let's go. Go. We're gonna do bath time. I'm gonna get your cars from your room. Okay, man. You gotta go. No. Bears, let's go. Hurry. Oh, no. You have no cars. Oh, no. Turn off the light. Let's go. Let's go. Here goes Mary. Here goes Fiona. We're gonna have no cars then. No, there'll be no cars. Lights are gonna be turned off in a second. Turn off. Wait, let's go. Right here. Let's go, Pierce. Let's go. Go get your cars.
You're going to sit here. I want to see the screen from the camera. Don't block it. Don't try to be tricky. Okay. You need a chair? Yes. baby. Put that on your desk. Okay. Corner over there. Okay.
A Holocaust.
You have to make something?
No, I have to just.
You have to watch it?
No, I have to like move the things. Straight.
What are we doing on the Chromebook? To what?
Nice.
What's a bowling alley? What's all this stuff? Huh? So what were you just in? Yeah. Oh, step aside. Are you doing anything you shouldn't have done? No. Playing any games? No. You sure? Yeah. you doing?
I was locking back in.
So you've not been at the thing the whole time?
No, I closed Chrome and it kicked me out.
Why'd you close Chrome?
Because I was closing out stuff.
What stuff?
All the things I put about.
You can waste my time. But I have to search stuff. I'll find it, scroll, find it, or I'll eventually spend time to find it. But I don't want to waste my time searching what you've already been doing. Have you been doing anything you shouldn't have done?
No. Holocaust and stuff.
Huh?
Holocaust and that.
What were you doing on it tonight?
It's personal. That's my thinking.
You're supposed to do that?
Well, it's allowed. Everyone that can have it.
What do you mean it's loud?
It's allowed.
Allowed.
Like it's not restricted.
Okay. Who's must have to win?
US history teacher.
Why?
Because I was trying to get back to the portal.
You don't click on something by accident. By accident. You're very deliberate when you do it. So what I can do is bring this to your IT people tomorrow at school, because it says suspicious activity reporting app. I'll let them know that something's happening there with this. Should I do that?
No, that I pressed. When you go to the new tab, I pressed SPBC bookmarks at the top, and it led me there. And then I realized it was the wrong thing, so I clicked on the other one, the portal.
It automatically routes your tip report appropriately. Waste this one.
on here?
He said he was done with his homework, but he was still on his computer because it's something to do.
What were you searching?
This customization thing.
What?
Customization thing.
You're supposed to be doing that on your Chromebook?
Restricted, does that mean you should take $10?
No.
Right.
So you finished all your homework?
Yeah, I finished all.
Okay, alright, take the Chromebook then. Take it. So you say you're searching customization?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you go to the bathroom real quick? I'll walk with him.
Did you get, hey Tim. Tim. Did you, is his email open? His school email open?
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar? So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar? Or is it a cigar?
Anything else for him? Did you turn the air on for him?
I did, yes.
Okay.
There, I'll give him a test.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone just joining. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Roberta.
Roberta is a member too. It's a great day. Thank you, Mike, for gifting
any better?
memberships.
A little bit? You can tell.
Okay. I'll see tonight, but I don't think I'm sleeping that much better.
Right?
Yeah.
Good. That's a lesson, right?
Yeah.
Alright, good night.
You turned the light on?
Did she say good night?
Yeah.
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy. Now publishing January 10th, 2022.
Dirty? Let's go.
Thank you, Paul, for your super chat. And I agree with you. A lot of kids feel, sympathy for their abusers, right? Makes me sick as well. Both of these parents are evil. They're evil in the flesh.
Should make your bed.
Ms. Black, are we at a stopping off point for a 10-minute break?
This guy, he's got to shit again.
Let's pause it. Let me go ahead and take a 10-minute break now. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 after. We've been going about an hour. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll start back up
What is this
11:30.
dude's deal, man? I don't get it. I mean, I'm not trying to be an ass, but we've been going an hour? We better take a fucking break? I'm telling you, this dude eats too much because he's got to shit.
All right, everyone may be seated. Court will be in recess until 11:30.
Every day, this judge takes shits. And no, we don't like him. We do not care for him at all. He's the blah, blah, blah judge. Olive, he must have had Chipotle leftovers for breakfast. Now is a great time to go hit that like button and check your subscription. So you want to make sure that bell that's filled in for all is clicked, or you're not going to get all your notifications. Just FYI, now's a perfect time to go check that out. I don't know, but an hour doesn't seem like you should be stopping already. Shit. Ew, Taco Bell breakfast. That is like the worst idea in the world. Whoever came up with that idea is evil. No, he's not a smoker. I'm telling you. Wait until after lunch. You're going to hear his stomach. You're going to hear gurgling. You're going to hear gurgling, and you're going to hear bubble gut.
Sorry.
I'm serious. This is why they're behind. So now he's making them come in at 8:30 and stay until 6. When he could have been starting at 8:30 all along. He was starting at 10 in the morning. So he did 10 in the morning until like 4. And now he's going to make them come at 8:30 and stay till 6.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Bubble guppies. Bubble guts.
Miss Staunch? Stouch. Stouch. Miss Stouch?
His wife don't cook. He's eating out. That dude is eating out. And he's eating a lot. Punani. This talk is right up your alley. No, Alan, it was more than just digestion sounds. It was bubble gut. Binding pills. I have my phone out in the living room and all I can hear is my stupid voice. Bubble gut. Mr. Kanji Quinn. Jay sounds like my ex-boss making schedules every week. That's not fun. That doesn't sound like a good boss.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. I ain't finished my sentence.
Nothing you.
One-eyed Flo. Meg. Yes. Shitty. I don't have a clip of the gurgles, but I can probably get them from yesterday because they were that loud. I heard them twice. Paul Clank says, maybe someone stepped on a mouse. Thank you, Paul. I don't know. I think someone stepped on something. Someone needs to step on these two's heads. What do you think would happen if their heads got stepped on? I think they're like wax figures. They look like they came from Madame Tussauds. We're going to see these two up in Madame Tussauds after this trial's over. The Ferriters. The Ferriters exhibit at Madame Tussauds, Las Vegas. The Ferriters. A random whoopee cushion. That's what the judge's excuse is, but really he's sitting there. I mean, he abruptly took this break, did he not? He abruptly was like, hey, bro, can you pause this? Can we pause this? Because sometimes he takes a break and he stays in there. And he just takes a recess. But he was out. He's like, I'll be back in 10. I have no idea why their feed keeps doing that either. The Ferriters.
Given the fallout from
Yeah, the judge ASMR of his gurgling.
McNo.
Oh my God, you guys crack me up. This is why we're behind, though, for real. I mean, there's no shame. Everybody's got to do it, but not everybody's got to do it every hour. You know what I'm saying? And if you're a judge and you're like televising a trial, you might just want to like stay away from the Mexican food. Perry, these people are true scum. I mean, they're really. I don't think we've covered a case where the parents were much more scummier than this.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers. She said, we came home, we planted
Here's the
flowers on the side of the house.
Oh, man. We are so immature.
Yeah.
Truth, that espresso tore his ass up. He's got 2 minutes. 2 minutes until it's time to come back.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover, and I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
Butt joints.
You know, Don's full of shit.
Jammers, that's from the Summer Wells case. That is Candace's friend Allie. She was doing an interview with Chris McDonough from the interview room, and she said,
we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
And then she farted, and then Chris gave her a point. Don't break my door, you folk. Keister Bunny, thank you. We planted flowers. That would be Allie, the point fart.
Cheapers.
I need to update my soundboard. It is fun, though. It is fun. You know, we take it seriously around here. If you're new here or you're just listening and, you know, you're like, God, these people are weird. You know, we listen to like the heaviest of cases here. And sometimes you have to break that darkness and that vibe of how dark and evil some of these cases are. And the soundboard does that for me. And if you like that, then you like this. And if you like this, then scan that QR code on your screen and become a member today.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
What's up, 116? Vacuum is absolutely cardio. Which, when we come back, I'm going to go vacuum my stuff. Humor is the best medicine. I mean, you got to do something or this stuff is just too much. You know what I mean? And humor is like, it's a saving grace. My God, Paul, you read my mind. Paul, you read my mind. I don't know. I don't think they have Big Boys anymore. I think they're all closed down. Oh, the F-35 soundbite. Let me write those. See, I never have a pen, but now I do. I need to write those down. Big Boy is a restaurant, and I went to it all growing up. It was amazing. And my son, Ryan, was Big Boy for Halloween. I'm going to have to find that picture. He was 18 months old, I think. Not even walking. No, maybe he was like 8 months old. And he had curly dark hair like me. And I had gel in it, and he looked just like Big Boy. And my neighbor made him these coveralls that were quilted with the patches. And it said Big Boy, and he had like a padding. He had like a I put padding, you know how like pregnancy bump, like a fake one. He had that for his belly. It was adorable. It's adorable. He does look like Darren from Bewitched. He looks like the Lego guy. Oh, vacuum music. We need to play vacuum music today. I got to find it. Can't remember the name of that song. And what was it, Flo, we needed? Oh, yeah. The Jet. Dude, I know, right, Carlin? He's 2 minutes over. I'm telling you, this wasn't just a routine break. This is what this judge does. If you are new here, this judge poops a lot. Sir poop a lot.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Three minutes now. Look at Jammers. Big Boy Restaurant Group, LLC, is an American chain headquartered in Southfield, Michigan. You want to see the inside of a Big Boy potato? Not literally, but Big Boy Restaurant. It was my parents' favorite. Like, that was their go-to. Let's see. Michigan. Let's see one in Michigan. Michigan. Okay, so this is Big Boy. I guess it was called Bob's at one point, but restaurant. It had the best, like the Big Boy sandwiches. That was an updated Big Boy. Look at this one. Look at, there's our guy in court. Right here. This is perfect. Look. Look at, he's in the Detroit Tigers stuff. Is there any? I don't think there's any existing anymore. I love Jammerpedia. This looks like the dude in court. Look at his hair. Look. That's him. 100% him. Yeah, they had the original Big Boy, which was kind of like a Big Mac, but Big Boy's Big Boy sandwich was the bomb. And their onion rings, the bomb. And a shake, the bomb. White Castle, lit. I can eat White Castle once in a blue moon. All right, it's 5 minutes past poop time. Let's see. Oh, here's an original. Look. Here's an OG. This is in Hazel Park, Michigan at John R. and Otis. And there is Elias Brothers, home of the Big Boy. Now, if you see that Big Boy, he don't have a shirt on. I'm glad they ended up putting a shirt on Big Boy.
You may be seated.
Disturbing.
All right, before we get started, let me just make an announcement. I've been advised that there have been some instances of people taking photos with their cell phones or electronics in the courtroom. That is expressly and specifically prohibited unless you are a member of the press. It's been pre-authorized to either video. These proceedings are to take still photography through our publicity coordinator. Anybody else is not authorized to be using their electronics in the courtroom unless you are an attorney or involved in either the state's legal team or the defense's legal team. Anybody else should turn your electronics off.
Oh, but that lady can sit there with a laptop?
Anybody violating the rules and taking photographs or
Tell her
audio
to put her
recordings
laptop
of these
away.
proceedings when they've already been expressly advised prior to this that they shouldn't be doing that. So that's the court's ruling. Unless you, again, are a member of the either state or the defense legal team or an attorney or a member of the press that's already been pre-authorized to take video or still photographs. Everyone else should have your electronics turned off at this point. Ms. Black, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. I did want to address one issue when we were at sidebar about the timing on
Mhm.
the videos. It came to my attention that the timing is in the UTC time. So in the later hours, when it's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or 8 o'clock, it converts because it's 5 hours ahead.
So it's still correct?
Yes.
So you'll deal with that in closing arguments and explain it if that's something that needs to be explained. But you concur with that explanation, Mr. Waheed?
I do know that that's the explanation, but
You don't know?
I don't know that the date would, yes, I agree with that.
Okay, all right, so if that's something that either side wants to address in closing arguments, you can do it. It doesn't sound to me like it's a problem with the evidence per se, and it's not
In the
even a
name of
problem
Jesus,
that
Father God,
it's
Lord.
not representing what it purports to represent. It sounds like to me now you just have to explain to them that it's the UTC time. All right, so all sides ready to continue?
Yeah, just for the record, it shows UTC and Eastern time. So it shows UTC and Eastern time. It shows both on the screen.
All right, and for those individuals that just walked in prior to my last announcement, you're supposed to, I made an announcement that unless you're an attorney, member of the press, or a member of either the state or the defense's legal team, all electronics are to be turned off at this point because I've been advised of instances of people taking photographs with their phones. And so because of that, I'm going to now have to invoke the rule that nobody have their electronics on except for the people that I've authorized. All right.
Did he authorize
with
that bitch?
Everybody ready for the jury to be brought back out? All right, Mark, you may bring them out.
Hey, Cincy. She shouldn't be able to have her. I hope she can't have her laptop anymore. Her and her sister or whoever that girl is behind her, they had their phone, their laptop, like they're sitting in class or something. I'll call the court if I see her with a laptop again. I'm going to be like, I am watching this. I am from the public. Just kidding. 247 big boys.
All rise.
Jury entering. Stand up. Jury entering.
Stand up!
I don't understand why they wouldn't know it's universal time. It always is. On the Celebrate stuff. I know that just from watching these trials.
Ms. Black, you may proceed with the continued publishing.
Right, let's see if we
Just for the record, the state is still publishing State's Exhibit 17, and we are on January 10th, 2022.
See if we need noise suppression.
And Ms. Black, just let them know about the UTC time. I think now's an appropriate time to let them know
Good
so
night,
they can
Tracy.
process it contemporaneous to seeing it.
So before every snapshot, there is what's the UTC time, which is 5 hours ahead of what the Eastern time is. So on the bottom, you will see the Eastern time. And then on top, you may see that it may be ahead a day, but that's just because of the timing. This is the time zone. This is still the same day.
Okay. All right. You may continue then.
Judge doesn't care. Serious truth? Oh. Judge looks like he'd rather be somewhere else. Poopy on the butt, wanna. It really sucks we can't see these videos.
Get your socks, get your clothes. Just go through there? Yeah.
with you. I'm gonna just get Mary and I'll be right there. Okay. I'm gonna get Mary, okay? I'll come help you.
There's no sound right now because they're playing videos. But who do you think the lady is behind her?
Can you put that on pause, Ms. Black?
Oh.
Let me have counsel approach, please.
Uh-oh. What happened now? See how this happens? We just came back from break 10 minutes ago. There's a YouTube channel that has Big Boy up on the screen, and she was in the chat. Someone saw her in the chat. What are we going to do about this?
All right, you may continue with the publishing.
Okay. Oh, God. Don't drink. When he drinks, he slurps.
You want to take this thing to the next level? Let's do it. Let's do it in Florida too. Let's do it in Florida too. Let's go.
Hate this guy. He's crying. Yeah, big man. You're a big man. Pussy. God, I hope he gets the maximum. The max. He gives me just, my stomach feels sick. evil. Zero emotion over it. None. %, Blair. There was a guy that was watching yesterday that was sitting behind this man, the father, crying. And the father had zero emotion. There you go.
Your pajamas. Here's a stuff you can do. Go to your pajamas. Do you hear me? What are you doing? Why can't you talk?
Look at their faces. Who's she rubbernecking? Who's she tapping on the shoulder of? What the crap is going on here? Melanie, I'm so sorry you went through that. No one should go through something like that. Yeah, they get to go home, sleep in their beds, shower in their marble shower. Scums. Hi, Teresa. What is it, sir? What is it? What is it? Welcome, Liz Lou. Thanks for joining. does, Stacy. I agree. Movement. I'll be right back, guys.
Alright, this. So this is very long, right? Both of those. The line, yeah. Back. 30? 30. Still need those wipes for your face? I don't know where they are. Good night.
Okay. Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Wade Cooper Myers, MD.
What's your occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist, and I am also a child psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist, and I'm a professor of psychiatry at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're a medical doctor.
Yes.
Take us a little bit through your educational background.
I went to undergraduate college at Stetson University in DeLand, Florida, and I got a degree in biology. Then I went to medical school at Temple University in Philadelphia, where I got my MD degree. Then I went to University of Florida. Well, actually, before that, I did 1 year of general surgery at University of South Florida in Tampa, and then I switched over to psychiatry training, and I went to University of Florida in Gainesville, where I did a general psychiatry residency to become a psychiatrist, and then I did extra training in child and adolescent psychiatry, which was a 2-year fellowship there as well. And also I did a 1-year training program in forensic psychiatry, also at University of Florida.
What's the difference between general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry? Like, what is forensic psychiatry?
General psychiatry is more involved in the diagnosis and treatment of mental disorders. Forensic psychiatry is helping out the legal system in any way in which mental illness and the law may come together. So it could be criminal matters like the insanity defense. It could be child custody cases. It could be malpractice cases where you would opine on someone's medical care or psychiatric care of a patient. There's a broad array of things in forensic psychiatry.
Sir, can you pull the mic up a little closer to you, please?
Yes.
After you finished your fellowship at the University of Florida, and are you licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
And what about Rhode Island?
Yes, I'm also licensed in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're currently a professor at Brown University. What did you do in between that fellowship at the University of Florida and then going to Brown?
I was on the faculty at University of Florida for, I'm going to say about 15 years, 10 or 15 years, where I became a associate professor. Then I went to the University of South Florida, and I went there really to start a forensic psychiatry fellowship program, which we did. I was there at the University of South Florida for about 5 years. I was a professor there. And then for the last 14 years, I've been at Brown University, also where I was recruited to go up and to build a forensic psychiatry program.
Do you treat patients?
I do, yes.
And you said that one of your areas is child psychiatry. So are predominantly your patients children?
Yes, most of my patients are children. I also treat adults with a variety of mental conditions.
Now, as a professor, are you involved in teaching in the areas that we talk about?
I am, yes.
Tell us what you, broadly, what that means you do as far as the teaching responsibilities.
I give some lectures to students more in a lecture format, but a lot of my teaching is clinical instruction. And for instance, we have forensic psychiatry fellows who come and work with our faculty for a year in a training program. They become trained in forensic psychiatry. So they'll do cases with us, different types of cases. And then also we give them seminars every week, as well as they'll go to a law school class for a semester one afternoon a week. We participate in that as well with them.
So sorry to interrupt. Do you do any academic research or publish in areas of child psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I have regularly been involved in research during my career.
And peer-reviewed scientific publications, that's what we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, as part of your work, do you also sometimes get involved to give an expert opinion in legal cases?
I do, yes.
Does that include in criminal cases?
It does.
Have you testified here in Palm Beach County before criminal cases?
Yes, I have. I believe on at least several occasions.
And is that true in other places around the country as well?
Yes.
And so you have offered your expert opinion on topics involving psychiatry in places around the country. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is.
Now, did I reach out to you in this case to see if you could assist us in providing an expert opinion?
Yes, you did.
And did you agree to be involved and to review some of the items in this case?
Yes.
As part of that, did you review the witness statements that were given by the Ronan Ferriter and his sister, Fiona Ferriter?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have the opportunity to review their depositions?
Yes.
What about police reports? Did you have the opportunity to review some of the police reports and forensic evaluations done of the children in this case?
I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to review some of the videos that were captured from the Ring camera in this case?
I did, yes. I believe I reviewed in the neighborhood of 40 videos.
Now, did you also review some school records related to the child in this case, as well as some prior treatment records by other providers?
Yes, I did.
Now, I wanted to, based on your review of all of the documentation in this case, of the documentation that you reviewed in this case, were you able to reach a professional opinion as to whether or not the treatment that Ronan Ferriter received from his parents in this case was harmful?
Yes, I did. I felt it was severely harmful and very psychologically damaging to Ronan.
And why is that?
It was a long-standing pattern of harsh, cruel, and demeaning actions toward this child, as well as close to 3 years of essentially solitary confinement when he was not in school, as well as really sadistic punishments while he was locked away in the room. For instance, withholding meals if he misbehaved, taking his one book away as punishment, which is the one thing he had to do in the room towards the end, turning the lights out to punishment as punishment, and in fact he talked about being afraid of the dark. And when the lights would go off when he was being punished, he would pull the sheet over his head and really feel terror.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment of a child by the parents is malicious?
It's malicious, it's cruel, there's really...
Overall.
You can go ahead. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment is malicious?
Yes, my opinion is it's malicious, it's cruel. I can't think of any other way to describe it more accurately.
Now, even in cases where this punishment may be in response to maybe a negative or unwanted behavior of a child, is that change at all your opinion? If the child did something wrong and then the parent, this is how they are punishing them, does that change your opinion on whether or not this type of action by the defendants is malicious and cruel?
No, there's no set of circumstances concerning a child's behavior that would justify this sort of really torturous behavior.
Would this type of behavior as punishment or as a punitive measure, or would it result in a positive behavior modification by the child?
No, if I was asked that in a theoretical way, I would predict this sort of behavior to cause the child's reactions, the behavior, their psychological state to deteriorate even further.
And what kind of behaviors might you see as a result of that, hypothetically, in a child who is subjected to this type of behavior, this type of treatment?
It could go in a whole lot of directions that we see in children who are abused children, psychologically, emotionally abused, neglected, but it can go from depression to anxiety to self-injury, where they maybe even start cutting themselves, to trying to commit suicide, to aggression, to headbanging, to problems with peers, problems with concentration, nightmares, sleep disturbances. The list is very long in abused children, how different children will manifest the signs of abuse.
Could it result in an increase of the type of behavior that is that the parent considers bad or inappropriate?
Yes, it can cause the child to have a more irritable mood. They can become aggressive with their peers. They can become aggressive with family members. Yes, they can try to. They may often will try to run away.
Now, is there any justification or possibility of a positive result from this type of punishment of a child, this type of treatment?
No.
Now, what can you tell us about the type of psychological impact this type of treatment can have?
Again, it's a long list, but do you want me to kind of focus more
broadly
on Ronan, or?
I want you to say broadly first, and then we'll talk more specifically.
So it can have, in general, it can cause more internalizing symptoms where the child will become depressed or withdrawn or isolating of themselves from others, or it can go the other way, externalizing, where they might start acting out, running away, being aggressive. It can affect their schoolwork, where they can't concentrate, their grades start going down. It can cause a lot of problems with them being able to interact positively and in a good way socially with their peers. They may have problems on the playground. They may have problems with even just following the general rules of the school, whatever that might be.
Now, concentrating on kind of some of the videos that you were able to see of his reactions in the room. Anything about that you think was indicative of a psychological impact on the victim while he's in the room?
Well, yes, it's consistent with a child who has post-traumatic stress disorder. There was, when the parent, his father would come in the room and approach him, he would stiffen up, he would lower his head, you could barely hear his speech when he did talk, and he seemed to be in a very high state of fear. But that tenseness is though the adrenaline's flowing, and he's afraid of another abusive episode occurring or being harmed, or he said he was even afraid of being killed.
Now, do this type of treatment of a child, can it stunt their intellectual growth?
Yes, it can.
Can it stunt their psychological growth?
It can, yes.
Is there a reasonable likelihood when a person engages in this type of behavior towards a child that there is going to be psychological injury or mental injury as a result?
You said, is there
a likelihood?
Yes, there is a substantial likelihood.
Now, in this case, did you see, based on the evidence that you were able to review, is there a pattern of isolation of the child?
Yes, it's he for nearly 3 years was isolated in the cell for the better part of each day. I mean, as far as hours, it sounds like when he wasn't at school, let's say he's at school for 8 hours, he's then in the box for 14, 16 hours a day.
Now,
on a daily basis, so a very much established pattern.
Did you, and I think you say isolation, is it fair to say that there was also a pattern of confinement here of the child?
Yes, they're essentially one and the same in this case, it would seem.
Were you able to observe a pattern of a deprivation of the child?
Yes, there was emotional deprivation, there was physical deprivation, there was intellectual or cognitive deprivation where he wasn't really provided much in the way of anything to stimulate his mind or to entertain himself. I mean,
is isolation, confinement, and deprivation considered an acceptable way to punish a child?
No, it's not. It would be counter-therapeutic to disciplining a child. But we're not talking about a 5-year-old who might have a temper tantrum and you want to give them a timeout for 5 minutes in their room. I mean, that's something. Timeouts are an accepted form of discipline.
So does it make a difference, in your opinion, the duration of the isolation, confinement, and duration and deprivation?
Oh, it's a huge difference, sure. If it's of short duration for younger children, it can be appropriate. But again, I'm talking in terms of minutes, not hours. But in terms of doing it every day, day after day, for most of the day, there's just no comparison to, say, a short timeout with a younger child.
And even just looking at the time frame that happened in Florida, those 5 to 6 weeks, that amount of time frame, is that harmful?
Yes, undoubtedly it would be for about any child, I'm sure.
Now, would you consider, or would it be correct to characterize what the treatment that he was subjected to as solitary confinement?
Yes.
Is solitary confinement within the psychological and psychiatric and medical community, is that something that is considered appropriate for a child?
No, and in fact, years ago, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, which I'm a member of, came out with a statement strongly arguing against children even in juvenile detention centers having solitary confinement because it's detrimental psychological impacts.
Is it considered damaging to brain development of a child?
It is, yes. That's another aspect of it, is that it can cause literally changes to one's brain structure.
Now, even within the setting of a criminal justice system where it might be part of a child subjected to that in the criminal justice system, is it acceptable for them to be in long-term solitary confinement?
No, it is not.
Even in those circumstances of a criminal justice system, is a child, when confined to a cell, given access to water and facilities to relieve themselves?
Well, yes, it would be very different. There's a bed in the room, there's a toilet, there's a sink where they always have access to water, so they wouldn't be subject to a dehydration, for instance. There's officers where they can always call out to somebody if they need something. There's lighting. It would never be pitch black in a juvenile detention center. So they would not be subjected to that sort of sensory deprivation of being in a totally dark room for hours at a time. And they're served meals. There wouldn't be any holding back of meals as some sort of punishment for a child into the detention center.
Now, discussing the isolation specifically, is there a detrimental impact to a child to be socially and physically isolated the way that Ronan Ferriter was from the rest of the family?
I'm sorry.
Is there a negative impact associated with the social and physical isolation?
Well, that's part of the trauma of this, is that he's kept from having a normal family environment where he comes out and is socializing with his peers and spending time with his parents and doing things together and having fun and just having a normal family experience. He's segregated as soon as he gets home, and the children all know he's in the box, but it's giving him the message that you're not valued, you're unloved, you're not important, you're not part of this family, you're being rejected.
Is it sending a message that he fundamentally is bad?
Yes, and that you're right, and that you're bad. You're not able to be part of this family because you're bad.
Now, during the course of reviewing the evidence in this case, did you become aware of whether or not his confinement in the structure in the garage was absolute? Was it at all times?
With infrequent exceptions, yes. I mean, he did occasionally have some after-school activities, as I understand, more so I think in Arizona than when he got to Florida, where he might be allowed to run track or do some track at school.
And he went to school?
Yes.
You saw that. And did you find that there were some also infrequent examples of when he was allowed to interact with the family?
Yes, he went to, for instance, siblings' softball practices. They did go out to, I think they went out to dinner a few times.
Does the isolation and confinement and deprivation, does it have to be absolute, like at all times, in order for it to be harmful?
No, it doesn't, no.
In reaching your opinion that the conduct that this defendant engaged in towards his son was harmful and was malicious and cruel, did you take into consideration the fact that there were occasions where he wasn't in the room?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to talk...
It's the totality of it, that he's literally, for 3 years, spending most of his life, the majority of it, in solitary confinement, with very little stimulation and interaction when he is in there.
Now, I want to talk for a second about sensory deprivation, which I think you mentioned. What is sensory deprivation?
It's a lack of any kind of external stimuli, really, that is so important to adolescent development, like being able to go out and play with your peers or your friends after school, or ride a bike around the neighborhood, or throw a baseball, or come out and eat dinner with your family, or have some things to play with, like a computer or an iPad, or games, or Legos, or something to do to occupy your mind.
Now, what kind of impact can that type of sensory deprivation have?
Well, in extreme cases, children can literally become psychotic and lose contact with reality, but it very predictably causes severe psychological problems, again, like depression, or repetitive behaviors like self-injury or self-stimulation behaviors, that somehow you start doing things to stimulate yourself because you need something to occupy your mind after a while when you're in a locked room with nothing to do, hour after hour after hour.
Now, what about being in the dark? How does that impact someone? I mean, is that bad?
In general, it would be frightening for, I believe, any child to be locked in a room and have the lights totally turned out. But even more so when that happens and you know you're going to be in that room with little or no ability to contact anybody if something bad happens. I mean, you can't even come out and use the bathroom. You have to find your way to a bucket in a dark room I guess it's in the corner, and try to figure out how to go to the bathroom in the dark in a bucket. And then you're going to be with that bucket for the remainder of the night, depending on what time you use the bucket.
Is that type of forced sensory deprivation, being forced to sit in the dark and have no control over the lights, is that harmful?
Yes, it's a form of psychological trauma. It's really a form of torture to do that to a child.
Now, you mentioned the bucket. I want to talk a little bit about that. What kind of impact, or how can that be perceived by a child who is forced to use that as a way in which to relieve themselves?
It's mean, it's degrading, It's unsanitary. It's extremely unpleasant to, at least, to have to be in the room and then locked in a room with your own excrement with no way to do anything about it.
Now, can being subject to that kind of humiliating and degrading lifestyle impact cause a psychological injury to a child?
Psychological what?
Injury.
Yes, it definitely can. It's really psychological abuse is the simplest way to put it, and it's also really a form of medical neglect because of the unsanitary aspects of it.
Now, would you say, or do you have an opinion as to whether or not these specific factors are cruel, demeaning, and injurious? I think you already said that for the having to use the facilities in a bucket. What about giving little stimulation or limiting their ability, the stimulation of the child?
That's another form of psychological abuse when you limit an adolescent's abilities and access to intellectual or academic stimulation when they're at home.
What about
you're really stunting their brain development and their intellectual development?
What about in situations, or what about when there is extreme control or lack of access to food, where their access to food or snacks is extremely limited or controlled by someone other than the child?
So adolescence is a time when you're supposed to be developing increasing independence and increasing ability to take care of yourselves, including food choices and learning to feed yourself and prepare foods. And this is the opposite of what we see with Ronan, who gets fed separate from the family, and he gets fed typically leftovers. He gets the same breakfast about every morning. It looks like a banana and a piece of bread with some peanut butter smeared on it. So it's really ongoing, another example of the psychological abuse.
Ms. Coakley, before you proceed, let me have counsel sidebar. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime, 12:30. We're going to break for lunch for an hour. Be back outside the elevators at what time, Mark? 25 after? Is that sufficient for you? 25 after 1, and he'll bring you to the jury room, and we'll shoot for 1:30 sharp. Instruction I've given you every day. Don't talk with anybody about the case. Don't do any research or investigation or anything like that. Other than that, have a good lunch.
Is it better? Is it better?
Yeah. Good as time as any for you to give me a little bit better flavor of the potential Richardson issue that I'm going to have to address.
Yeah, I don't even know fully what she said yet, because I have that.
So you need some time to look at it and then give me a more coherent explanation as to what you think you want to do. Right. All right. So I'll punt right now. I won't do anything, but I am going to want to address it at the earliest opportunity that you've had a chance to look at it. Ms. Murad, you look like you have something for me. Have anything for me?
Oh, I can just explain what it is, but I can wait.
Okay, yeah, let Ms. Coakley take a moment to look at it. And all I really need to know for scheduling purposes is there's something I'm going to have to address and rule on. So as soon as you folks come to that determination, let me know, and then I'll do what I have to do as far as scheduling. All right, so we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Hello, hello. Okay, I didn't want to scare you guys and like, boom, I'm back. We're going to do a poll really fast. I'm going to get this poll going. We're going to do a poll. How many breaks will they take this afternoon? All right, so they're coming back at 1:30 sharp. So we have 1:32, 3, 4, about 4.5 hours. How many do we think they'll take after lunch? 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 or 5 or more? No, they're not going to take 5. All right, here comes your poll. So the poll is, how many breaks will they take this afternoon? 0, which I will be floored. 1, 2, or 3 or more. And then we'll see how close we became to guessing how many breaks we'll get this afternoon. So I'm really liking this expert, this psychologist that the state has on the stand. He straight up said, you guys, this is considered torture. Prisoners are treated better than this. If breaks were a drinking game, we'd be schnookered. We sure would. We sure would. This judge, for some reason, every hour feels like he needs to take a break. But I guess maybe he's going to have like oatmeal for lunch today. We can hope. We can only hope. %86% of you, 87% now say 3 or more. That's crazy. That is crazy town. Let's see if we start at 1:30 p.m. sharp. We've got about 55 minutes. What do we want to do for 55 minutes? What would you guys like to do for 55 minutes? Is there something we can...
And to an update tonight.
Whoopsie daisies. Hold on, I'm just looking. See what else is going on in the world today. Amended appeal filed in the Lori Vallow Daybell case. We've got a report from Nate Eaton.
In the evening time, but
Let's see what's going on.
murder of Tammy Daybell, or at least conspiracy to commit her murder, and of the grand theft charge. So she was found guilty in May, the Friday before Mother's Day, and then in July, the last day of the month, she was sentenced to life in prison, 3 life sentences with no possibility of parole. The next day, she was moved down to the the Pocatello Women's Correctional Center, the maximum security prison in the state of Idaho, to commit her murder, and of the grand theft charge. Well, she's being housed in Idaho. Well, if they move her to Arizona on those charges, and if she's found guilty there, then who houses her? What if she gets a life sentence in Arizona and one in Idaho? What if does Idaho then take her back? I mean, I'm sure all of these things are being discussed. There might be a possibility Arizona doesn't even take her until the appeals are done in Idaho. That's just me speculating, one possibility that's been thrown out there. I'm not really sure. I have heard and do believe that she may be moved to Arizona by the end of the year, and that then things could pick up in those proceedings. So in the meantime, if they've been filing stuff in Arizona, we don't know because it would be under seal. But Justin Lum, he's got you covered down in Arizona for all of that stuff. In Idaho, her attorney had 42 days to file a notice of appeal. And that's exactly what he did. Jim Archibald did. We reported on that last month.
Archibald.
Well, then the case, she's assigned an appellate attorney, a different attorney from the legal team that has had her. And that attorney, his name is Craig Durham. He's based in Boise. He then filed an amended appeal just this week, the 4th. What's today? The 5th. So yesterday. He filed an amended appeal to the original appeal that was filed. Some changes, nothing like earth-shattering, huge, but basically he is asking the Idaho Supreme Court to take a really close look at the case of Lori Vallow's case from basically start to finish. And in this filing, it's right here, I think it's 7 pages. He's saying that the notice was given to the Fremont County Attorney, Lindsay Blake, to Rob Wood in Madison County, to the clerks, and he's saying that Idaho Supreme Court, I want you to look into this stuff. And I want you to see if the court erred, if Judge Boyce erred in allowing Lori Vallow if she was really competent. She spent 10 months in the mental hospital. Was she really competent to come?
Oh, Lord. Now they're questioning Lori's competency. Thank you so much, Paul Clank. He says 18 breaks this PM and 1 embarrassing false alarm. Uh-oh. I hope he's layered. All right, so this is at the request of Carlin. This is a story for the lunch break. At the request of Carlin, one of our loungers. Oklahoma City. Jurors and others in Judge Donald Thompson's courtroom kept hearing a strange whooshing noise, like a bicycle pump or maybe a blood pressure cuff. During one trial, Thompson seemed so distracted that some jurors thought he was playing a handheld video game or tying fly fishing lures under the bench. The explanation, investigators say, is even stranger than some imagined. The judge had a habit of masturbating with a penis pump under his robe during trials. Got to be kidding me. The lurid allegations have led to criminal charges against Thompson, brought an embarrassing end to a solid career, and shocked many of his colleagues. The case could also lead to a wave of appeals from defendants claiming that the judge was not paying attention. Thompson, 58, a married father of 3 grown children, has denied the allegations and said the pump was just a gag gift received from a hunting buddy on his 50th birthday. He's 58. This was his 50. He had it He had it sit there for 8 years. He retired in August after being threatened with removal from the bench, but still faces indecent exposure charges brought against him last month. We're certainly saddened by the thought that the prosecutor filed charges, said Clark Brewster, his attorney. We thought this was all dealt with when he resigned. Well, you thought wrong. We didn't feel like anything that was alleged rose to the level of criminal charges. The trials which he allegedly used the pump included murder cases. I can't even with this. Included murder cases as well as a libel suit in which a jury ordered the company that publishes the Oklahoman, a website, and a TV station to pay $3.7 million. Dear God, I can't even. Police built a case against the judge after one of Wall's officers testified during a 2003 murder trial. From the witness stand, is there a video of this? The officer saw a piece of plastic tubing disappear under Thompson's robe. During a break, officers took photographs of the pump under the desk. Investigators later collected carpet samples. Oh my God. Thompson's robes and the chair and found semen, according to court records. I'm going to throw up. Thompson was a former state legislator and a judge with more than 20 years on the bench. Thompson's court reporter, Lisa Foster, told authorities she saw him use the pump at least 10 times during trials. She said the first time she saw it was in 2000, but she did not tell authorities. I didn't want to be found dead in a ditch somewhere, she said. She was fired. Foster and a bailiff were fired by Thompson after giving statements against him. What the fuck? What's his name? Donald Thompson. Let's click his name. Donald Thompson. Is he dead now? That is so sick. I'm going to find if there's a video of this. Donald Thompson. Thanks, Carlin. Judge. He would have had to go to court, right? Indecent exposure. The court reporter did an interview? This is him? How can that be him? Former Creek County Judge Donald Thompson was arrested again Thursday. This is in 2011. Thompson is the former judge who got caught using a sexual device while on the bench. He was found guilty in 2006, sentenced to 4 years in prison, and served less than half that. Since he's been out, he's been arrested at least 3 times. An affidavit says his face is beat up because he got caught peeping into his ex-girlfriend's bedroom window recently, and her boyfriend beat him up. He was spying on her. Ew. Angela McClanahan says she got a flat tire on the way to work Thursday and pulled over in a parking lot in Sapulpa. She called police saying Thompson was watching her. Sure enough, police say when they arrived, Thompson was parked across the street, Angie B., parked across the street watching her through binoculars. This is not her first flat tire. She told officers her tires have been slashed 23 times in the past 2 years. This guy's a psycho. The affidavit says Thomas told them he saw her and the officers and just wanted to see what was going on. But they say his pants were unzipped and gaping open. McClanahan told officers Thompson has threatened to kill her in the past if she called police. She told them, he's going to end up killing me. More than anything, she's extremely fearful for her well-being. Every time she turns around, evidently Mr. Thompson is standing there watching her. Ugh. Look at, she filed one a few months ago in December in Creek County, but it was dismissed when the judge said there wasn't enough evidence of an immediate threat. McClanahan had been subpoenaed to testify against Thompson at his indecent exposure trial, but refused to do so, which resulted in one count against him being dropped. Thompson has also been arrested for DUI and failing to pay his court fines since he got out of prison. Thompson bonded out of jail Thursday evening. Who the fuck is that? Look at this! What is this? Unlock the prostate secret experts don't talk about. It's pumpkin, I guess. Having surgery. Oh my God. Who is that lady? This guy's sick. I can't fucking view the affidavit, I guess. Let's watch this video. Ew.
Hey, it's Tanner for my friends at Matthew CDJ.
Stalking his ex-girlfriend. What a psychopath. Hey, for the record, Your Honor, hope you're doing good. It's been a minute.
First on 6 tonight, former Creek County Judge Donald Thompson gets arrested again. This time, he's been booked for stalking his ex-girlfriend. News on 6 crime reporter Lori Fulbright has the new developments for us tonight. Lori?
Well, Terry, Thompson is the former judge who got caught using a sexual device while on the bench. He was convicted of indecent exposure, sentenced to 4 years in prison, and served less than half that. Since he's been out, he's been arrested at least 3 times.
This is the most recent of Donald Thompson's mugshots. It was taken when he was booked into the Creek County Jail late Thursday afternoon. An affidavit says his face is injured because he got caught peeping into his ex-girlfriend's bedroom window recently and her boyfriend beat him up. This new arrest happened because police say he was caught spying on her once again. Angela McClanahan says she got a flat tire on the way to work Thursday and pulled over in this parking lot in Sapulpa. She called police saying Thompson was watching her. Sure enough, when officers got here, they say Thompson was sitting across the street staring at her through a pair of binoculars. She told them this is not her first flat tire. As a matter of fact, she said she's had... The affidavit says Thompson told them he saw her and the officers and just wanted to see what was going on. But they say his pants were unzipped and gaping open. McClanahan told officers Thompson has threatened to kill her in the past if she called police.
I wonder if Thompson's going to say that they're focusing on his fly.
Told them he's going to end up killing me.
More than anything, she is extremely fearful for her well-being, and every time she turns around, evidently Mr. Thompson's standing there watching her.
Records show she filed for a new protective order late Thursday afternoon in Creek County. She had filed one against him in 2009 in Tulsa County saying he was following her everywhere, but it was dismissed a month later when she didn't show up for court. She filed one just a few months ago in December in Creek County, but it was dismissed when the judge said there wasn't evidence of...
That is terrifying. And why does this 2011 report look like it's from 1972? Oh, man. Let's see if we can find any other ones. Lisa Foster sued him. Look. Foster versus Thompson. Lisa Foster was his court reporter or court clerk. She was hired in 1998 by Donald Thompson as his court reporter. Sometime in September of 2000, plaintiff first noticed an unusual noise described by her as a shh, shh. Can you imagine? Lisa, can you please tell the jury what sound you heard when you were reporting on trials? Yes, Your Honor. I heard a shh, 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 shh. Oh, my God. She again heard the noise in January, February of 2001 and realized that said noise was coming from behind Thompson's judicial bench. According to plaintiff's testimony, plaintiff then noticed an opening between a drawer and door panel on Thompson's desk, wherein she was able to see behind the desk. Through this opening, plaintiff viewed Thompson with a plastic tube on his penis and also viewed Thompson's hand squeezing something that prompted this shh noise. In March of 2001, during a jury trial, I told you there was a jury trial in Thompson's courtroom. Oh, plaintiff again heard the shh noise and saw Thompson with the pump on his penis. At the conclusion of the trial, plaintiff borrowed a Polaroid camera and took 3 pictures of the pump underneath Thompson's bench. Who did she borrow the camera from? According to plaintiff's testimony, she saw Thompson's penis and viewed him using the pump on other occasions after March 2021 or 2001, namely during the State versus Cruz trial in 2002, the State versus Brooks trial in October of 2002, the State versus Vomberg trial in May 2003, and during the State versus Moss trial in August 2003. On another occasion during a trial in October 2002, plaintiff maintains she saw Thompson shave his scrotum. What the fuck am I reading? What? I can't. I don't know if I can go on. What? I wasn't expecting all this. Wait, what? During an attorney's closing argument. Oh my God. Carlin, I'm going to kill you. Shh. Holy shit. Okay. During an attorney's closing argument, plaintiff also testified that she saw Thompson put lotion on his peen on several occasions, as well as urinate in the trash can. In total, how does he shave while someone's giving an opening or a closing statement? How do you do that? How do you do that? In total, plaintiff claims that she saw Thompson expose his penis while on the bench at least 15 times. Although plaintiff reported what she had seen to her family and fellow court reporter Teresa Klee. So she went home and told her family and told her fellow court reporter Teresa. She did not voluntarily report Thompson's behavior to any authority. Plaintiff decided that she either had to keep her mouth shut or she had to quit. But she did not want to quit because her income was greater than her husband's and she enjoyed flexible hours. So she dealt with it. In August 2003, however, plaintiff was forced to report what she had seen. It was during the Moss trial that other individuals heard the shh sound Thompson's penis pump. Specifically, while testifying on the stand, Detective Mike Reed heard the sound and observed Thompson was Jesus Christ. Heard something white and hard, or saw Thompson with something white and hard and plastic looking in Thompson's right hand. According to Reed's testimony, every time he observed Thompson's hand move up and down, Reed would hear the shh noise. Captain Brent Green and Chief Jim Wall of the Sapulpa Police Department were present in the courtroom when Detective Reed was on the witness stand and also heard the noise. We need video of them like testifying and like hearing the shh and then like the guy looking over. After Reed testified, Green and Wall asked Reed if he heard the noise. So like after the testimony, Green and Wall were like, dude, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Shh. And Reed told them what he had seen. He saw the white hard plastic thing. Reed and Green then went behind Thompson's bench and observed the pump laying on the floor. Wall thereafter telephoned the Council on Judicial Complaints to lodge a complaint against defendant Thompson. An investigator with the council eventually telephoned plaintiff and plaintiff was subpoenaed to testify before the council. After testifying before the council on September 25th, 2003, plaintiff went to work the next day. Defendant Thompson allegedly called her into his office and asked plaintiff if she was looking for another job. What a dick. He called her in his office and said, "Hey, are you looking for another job?" And Thompson also asked plaintiff if she had something she needed to tell the police about him. Plaintiff told Thompson that she'd already told someone in Oklahoma City, and Thompson asked her to tell him what she said in Oklahoma City. Plaintiff asked if Thompson was firing her, and he said, "Yes, I think that would be best." Thompson thereafter wrote plaintiff a letter dated December 18th, 2003, where he stated that he wanted to initiate a resolution to the apparently strained relationship that had developed between them. In the letter, Thompson asked plaintiff to call him or drop in to inform him of whether she wanted to resign on or before December 21st, 2003 by 9 a.m. This is just crazy. Let's see what the judgment was. This guy is a psycho, dude. Where is he now is the question. Let's go back. Look at this title. Verdict. Okay. Oklahoma judge used sex toy on bench. Where's Okie? Is Okie in here? Jammers? A former judge on trial for using a sexual device while on the bench in Oklahoma is convicted of indecent exposure. He was convicted of 4 counts. Jurors recommended a year in prison and a $40,000 fine. Tuesday, prosecutors presented photos of the device taken by Captain Mike Reed. Reed testified that he took the photos after hearing an air pressure noise and seeing a tube running up the judge's robe during a trial in 2003. Prosecutors alleged Thompson used a sexual device called a penis pump while on the bench. Unbelievable, man. People, man, that's just sick. I want to see what he looked like as a judge. This is him on the stand. Wow. How humiliating. And look at, this is him now. Look at this asshole. Pump judge gets popped. The smoking gun. The smoking gun. This is from 2005. According to a yucky probable cause affidavit. Wow, he was doing this in a trial where this guy was accused of killing his girlfriend's 21-month-old daughter. Like, that's not even funny. Along with using the pump, Thompson allegedly shaved and oiled his private parts. Good Lord. During a child murder trial. Lisa Foster will also testify that she audiotaped the trial proceedings and that air pumping sounds can be heard on the tape. Okay, which Vomberg trial? Let's find it on YouTube. That has to exist. If she has the audio, it's got to. Vomberg trial, Oklahoma. There's nothing. I've got to find this. Vomberg Trial, Oklahoma City. I mean, if we can just find a clip, I feel like we'll hear the ch-ch. If we hear the ch-ch, I'm going to die. I will die. I will die. Kurt Arnold Vomberg Jr. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Oh, man. I need to find a clip of this. There's audio, Truth Exposed. Where can I find it? Oh, is it Lisa? We got about a half an hour until court's back in. Look at 2011, they took his pension away. Look at the gavel. You'd think things couldn't get worse for penis pump judge Donald Thompson, but you'd be wrong. When he couldn't get it up, he took to pumping it on the bench, and when he couldn't keep it covered, he got busted and sent to jail. And now the Oklahoma Supreme Court has stripped him of his pension. Indeed, he now has no money and no dignity. I can't find her video. If you can email it to me. I think I found a clip.
It started as
Look,
an app.
This is an old court TV report. Judge Thompson pumps it up. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? This just keeps getting better.
It started as an average day in the courtroom of Oklahoma District Judge Donald Thompson when court reporter Lisa Foster suddenly noticed the dapper and distinguished judge making an unusual noise.
It would be silent in the courtroom and he would start in on this pumping sound.
Now, you're sitting there in court, and this is what you hear. Listen. And then you hear it again.
Turns out that noise came courtesy of Judge Donald Thompson's penis pump.
While he sat on the bench, he apparently felt it necessary to use his penis pump.
You know, he wasn't just doing these things in traffic court. It's a couple of murder trials he was on.
If someone's life is in the balance, you're looking at life in prison, and this guy is playing around with a penis pump?
Judge Thompson used his device during 3 separate trials between 2000 and 2003.
And when I stepped into the courtroom, the judge had that pump in his lap, and I saw his penis.
You know, I mean, he was so blatant about it that he would leave the bench and leave the thing there.
As he started doing it more, it was almost like he got careless.
You know, that's how they got him. A cop came around because they were wondering what it was, and they saw it, and they photographed it during a recess.
People know too much now about what goes on behind those robes.
Oh, my God. What did we just watch? This is Court TV. Court TV. OMG. This has got to be from like 2000.
It started as an average day in the courtroom of Oklahoma District Judge Donald Thompson when court reporter Lisa Foster suddenly noticed the dapper and distinguished judge making an unusual noise.
It would be silent in the courtroom and he would start in on this pumping sound.
Now, you're sitting there in court, and this is what you hear. Listen. And then you hear it again.
Turns out that noise came courtesy of Judge. Turns out.
Imagine. So this cop is on the stand. Who does that?
Turns out that noise came courtesy of Judge Donald Thompson's penis pump.
While he sat on the bench, he apparently felt it necessary.
Listen. And then you hear it again.
Turns out that noise came.
You can't make it up. You can't make it up. I've never even heard this story, let alone seen it. Walking into the welcome to lunch recess at J is for Justice.
This pumping sound.
Now, you're sitting there in court, and this is what you hear. Listen. And then you hear it again.
Oh my God, you guys, this is just this is too much. This is too much. Good God. I mean, it's funny, but it's not like, whew. Here's his DUI case. Oh, you guys, I can't. Pumps and bubble guts. It's never a dull trial watch over here, is it? Is this him or no? This is a different sicko who essayed 2 children. I hope this isn't him. There's another creepo with the same name. Dude, there's so many sickos in this world. Neil Foster and his wife Lisa. Look at, oh, I have to pay. But that was the Lisa and her husband. Look, right here. He's standing behind his wife after she heard the pump. Pump you up. Look at, there he is. In cuffs. He should not be allowed around children at all. He looks like the dad on Seinfeld, kind of. Paul Clank, thank you. The best things in life require no money or dignity. Guys, do you think this happens elsewhere? I mean, certainly not. Certainly not. Ex-judge's trial brings lurid charges to court. A former Oklahoma judge, a veteran of 23 years on the bench, is on trial on charges he used to pump, I can't even say anymore, on himself in the courtroom. Perhaps not surprisingly, serving on the jury in a conservative town has been a giggle-inducing experience. Over the past few days, the jurors have watched a defense attorney and a prosecutor pantomime masturbation. A doctor has lectured on the lengths the defendant was willing to go to enhance his sexual performance. The white-handled sexual device sits before the jury box for hours at a time. Occasionally, an attorney picks it up and squeezes the handle, demonstrating the shh, shh sound of air rushing through the contraption's plastic tubing. This is NBC News article. The jurors sometimes exchange awkward looks and break into nervous laughter when the testimony takes a lurid turn. He was going to get, look at this. If convicted, he would have to register as a sex offender and his $7,489 a month pension. He was going to get $7,500 a month in his pension, and they ripped that away from him. Fuck yeah. Lisa Foster wiped away tears as she described tracing an unfamiliar shh in the courtroom to her boss. She testified that between 01 and 03, she saw him expose himself at least 15 times. I was really shocked, and I was kind of scared because it was so bizarre. She testified that during a trial in 02, she heard the pump during the emotional testimony of a murdered toddler's grandfather. This dude is, no, there's something wrong with this dude. The grandfather was getting real teary-eyed, and the judge was up there pumping on that pump, she said. It was sickening. Bella agrees. Bella is appalled. Did that turn him on? The sick fucker? This is his wife. This is the judge and his wife, Paula. He had a wife that went to court with him. I'm stunned. I am stunned at this woman. Wow. Your husband has a penis pump on the floor when he gets up from the bench, and you're at court with him. I don't know who James Burke is, no. A grandfather was testifying about his toddler granddaughter's death, and this dude was pumping a penis pump. I can't. I mean, and this woman has no self-worth. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I would never be by his side at court. Never. Never. Look at this scum. Look! This is him now. Wow. Wow is all I can say. I wonder if are they still married? God, that would be something, wouldn't it? Oh, that is a really sick thought, Truth Exposed. To do that during testimony about a dead toddler, that is so disgusting. That brings this guy to a whole new level of sickness. The $7,500 a month means more to her. Oh, God. I'm gladly coming back to this emblem here. Donald Thompson, I never want to see you again for the rest of my life. All right, we've got 71 votes. We got 117 in here. Get your votes in. How many breaks will they take this afternoon? Get your guess in. And let's see where we are.
Why are people such idiots?
I don't know where he is right now. Let's see. Judge. Wait, former. We're going to put former. Judge. And this is the last time I'm Googling this sick name. I can't. That's the actual pump. It says credit court TV. See that? The actual pump. Credit Court TV. I'm going to get penis pump ads. Yep. You're damn Skippy, and I'm going to show them all to you guys. Okay, so let's see. In 2011, in 2009, he got a DUI. 2011, he got a DUI, and he was in possession of a controlled dangerous substance and possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. And in the same year, he got the stalking, and those were dismissed. So I'm thinking, is he alive? How do I find out? The last thing I'm getting on him is 2011. That's the last thing I can see. Underneath his robe? Gross. Yeah, I can't find anything. What was his wife's name? Let's look her up. Where did I get her from? "23 years he was a judge, and he had to use a penis pump, and he lost it all. Idiot. He's an idiot."
Why are people such idiots?
Thompson rocked back and forth while the sentence was read. His wife, Paula, wiped tears from her eyes while her sons put their arms around her. The family declined to comment. The prosecutor and presiding judge called the case the most surreal and bizarre of their careers. Richard Smotherman was the prosecutor. He put the state of Oklahoma on a national stage that we did not want to be on, and I'm glad to see his 15 minutes of fame to be over. Thompson, who will register as a sex offender, was convicted. He was handcuffed and let out. Let's see. He could have faced up to 40 years in prison and $80,000 in fines. I'm not sure the best Hollywood screenwriter could come up with this set of facts, said the judge. I'm not sure they could have been made up. This was not just a one-time incident. He should have gotten more time, in my opinion. Defense attorney Rob Nye. Rob Nye was also Timothy McVeigh's defense attorney. Isn't that crazy? Rob Nye asked for a suspended sentence. He said testimony never showed that Thompson intended for anyone to see him exposed. Thompson's wife and his brother Jim testified to the former judge's family characteristics. He has lost everything, Nye said. He has suffered tremendous emotional pain, primarily through the suffering of his family. The defense called Jim Rabone, a state corrections department administrator, who said public officials such as Thompson are often placed in protective custody. McCall did not buy the argument. That's why they call it prison, he said. It's not supposed to be a Holiday Inn. Look, whiskey ads. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I need after this. That's what I need after this. Look at these shoes over here. What are those? Look at grenade Crocs. Do you see the grenade Crocs? Psh, psh, psh. You're gonna have to rewind, Punani, because that was. I can't redo it. Look at a crown. Look, there's that Chris Watts AI ad again. Look, Chris Watts is mixing up a drink. Watch. It's weird. See that? On his deck. AI is weird. Weird, weird, weird. Well, thank you for that entertainment. Thank you for that entertainment. I don't know if I could ever read that again. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. All right, we're back in court in about 10 minutes, guys. And it looks like 79% of you think we're going to have 3 or more breaks this afternoon. 18% of you say 2, 3% of you say 1, and 0% say he ain't going to take any breaks. No, I can't imagine any of that. That shit was crazy. I can't imagine being that court reporter. How awful. How embarrassing. I need to go get a Coke Zero. So I'm going to leave you guys with our vacuuming music, and I'll be back in just a few short minutes. They're going to be back in court. They're supposed to be back at 1:30, so we'll see. The judge, I heard he had burritos for lunch. Enjoy. I'll be right back. Get your vacuuming and dusting done in the next 8 minutes.
Or is it a cigar?
too sweet. I don't worry about you. I just worry about me. So you better run, run. You don't know what I need. Take it down in 1, 2, 3. Phone is buzzing up, beep, beep. I don't care about you. I just care about me. So you better run, run. Take your pretty outfit and go. Show yourself right out of my zone. Now before I lose my control. Grass is always greener, you know. So I used to stand in it fall. Run back home to mama, let's go. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Run away. Run away. Run away. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Just go home. Don't you know it's a no? His shoulders tie-dye, homie, then I don't know why. Who you tryna impress now? When you wanna come out? When you know I ain't got time. Boy, you better.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, damn. I don't give a damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face it.
When I'll change, I guess when the time is right, procrastinating my deranged to change would be a fight. So I'm pacifist, like I'm afraid to get a bloody fist. Look at this, my mind is pissed, and I keep running. Why is this? When I hit it, always leaving stunning. Always gentle giant, no defiance, all building alliance, and still think that I am peasant. I stuck in the future, but I'm never looking at the fucking present. Keep it up, act like you're all that. Here's a cookie too and a present. Led from a desert eagle, Deagle's going louder than my motherfucking Deagle. And your life, you get no sequel. Leave your loved ones crying like some seagulls. You are not my equal, you are evil, but I'm feeble. And now I'm going regal.
Don't fuck with us.
Don't fuck with us. Hope you learned a lesson. Excellent music.
All right, it is 1:30 on the dot. On the dot. I hope that I entertained you throughout the lunchtime and you've hit that like button. Thank you for being here. We should be getting back into the court shortly. Here we are. 1:31. I just heard a little bit of static. I don't fuck with us. Look at me. My mind is pissed. And I keep on running. Trying to keep y'all entertained. You don't get this kind of entertainment anywhere else, do you? Do you? No, you do not. No, you do not. Let's see. It is 1:31. What is going on here? Yes, he is. He's late. He is late. All right, here's some more music until they come back. You win. You win, Nani. You win. I don't give a damn. Long version. Oh, this is the instrumental version.
right, all sides ready to proceed with the continuation?
And we're back.
All right, defense ready? Okay. All right, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
Stand up. Welcome back from lunch break, guys. We are back in session.
All rise.
Jury entering.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're in the middle of the direct examination of the current witness. With that, Ms. Coakley, you ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, you may do so.
Now, I want to talk for a second about the impacts that harsh, cruel, demeaning, and injurious treatment of a child can have. Can that have an impact on the child's view of morality?
Yes, it would be an important part of how they learn to be moral, responsible human beings. Really, is a big part of that is modeled by your parents. So the modeling he got was certainly had some serious moral problems, in that it's giving him various messages like violence is okay and isolating people is okay, and withholding food is okay, and being choked is okay. Those sort of things. These are the most important role models in your life, or your parents.
Can that create a distorted view of what is morally appropriate behavior?
Very much so. Yes. After months or years of this, it becomes normal to the child, despite how pathological or abnormal it is. But they begin to see this as just normal, a normal part of life.
Now, can that distortion of appropriateness also extend to the child's view of themselves?
Yes, it can. And one of the ways it might do that is that the child internalizes being treated like this and sees themselves as the bad, responsible one with they have the moral problems. It's their fault that this is happening, clearly, because it keeps happening to them. They think it must be in some way my fault.
Even in situations where there's kind of like pervasive, ongoing abuse or trauma inflicted by a parent caregiver, can a child who is subject to that still have affection for the abuser?
Yes, that's very common.
Why does that occur? Or how does that occur, especially in a situation like this?
Some of it is it's built into children that if you provide them care and you take care of them and give them a place to live and feed them and get them to school, that sort of thing, the attachment system does kick in and they connect to that person. They form a bond.
So a child can come away from an abusive situation and still have affection or allegiance to the abuser.
Yeah, that's very, very typical.
Now, I want to talk for a second about stealing as something that it can occur within is that something, a behavior that can result in children that have been subject to abuse or neglect?
Yes, you're stealing, you're talking about.
Stealing,
yes,
yeah.
And particularly in this case, kids who've had that early psychosocial deprivation and really lack of adequate parenting in their first couple of years of life, or a year and a half in his case.
Is it when a child is exhibiting that type of behavior, especially when there's a known history of some kind of neglect or abuse, is it therapeutic or appropriate treatment to address that behavior to deprive the child of access to some of the items?
You mean which items?
Like if a child is stealing food or candy, if that is something that occurs and that's something that's been noticed, in order to address that behavior, therapeutically, what would be the appropriate way to address it?
Well, to try to talk to them about it and try to understand and explore their feelings about why this behavior is continuing, and then help them gain insight into the fact that you did have a very difficult early childhood, and kids like that will have this urge to keep hoarding and taking food, because in the back of their brain and at an instinctual survival level, they're thinking, I've got to keep getting food and hoard it, because at any point I could start going hungry again and there'll be nothing to eat. So to help them gain insight and to then give them interventions, or that's too strong of a word, but then to give them regular snacks and reassure them they're always going to be able to get snacks if they start really feeling that anxiety or need to eat something. So not restrict it, but let them know it's always here, and make that a reality. Not that you are going to have them eat 5 Big Macs a day, but you'd have to tailor what sort of meals and snacks you'd let them have.
Can that type of hoarding and inclination and kind of compulsive to get food, can that occur even in children that are otherwise well-fed and maybe not like starving? Who've had the previous trauma?
Yes, definitely, yes.
Now, is limiting or severely controlling a child's access to food and snacks and water, is that something that is a therapeutic treatment for this type of behavioral problem?
It's counter-therapeutic. It goes against the treatment, because you're teaching them it's true. Those very sort of primitive feelings you have that there's not enough to eat and food may not always be accessible, you're now keeping it a reality, instead of helping them get over that insecurity.
And so when you say it's counter-therapeutic, does that mean that it can make the behaviors actually worse?
Yes.
Overruled.
Does that mean that it could increase, or would that have what kind of impact would it have on the behaviors?
It reinforces it. It might increase it. It may just keep it, sustain it. It depends on the child, but I would not predict that would make it any better at all.
Now, you mentioned social deprivation and cognitive deprivation. What are those things?
So children really of any age, and probably it's true for adults too, but they need consistent caregiving. They need nurturance. They need support. They need affection. They need to be held or hugged. They need to be shown empathy so that they know that their needs are recognized and being met, so they can develop confidence and emotional security in themselves. So the pathological care would be really the opposite of those things.
What do you mean that the pathological care?
Well, the kind of parenting that you wouldn't want to see for a child who's come from this sort of early deprivation is care that wouldn't be supportive and consistent and nurturing and affectionate.
The type of care that you saw that occurred between January, that's on the videos, between January 5th and January 28th, will you characterize that as supportive, caring, empathetic care?
No, I would see it as the opposite of those.
Okay, how would you describe it?
Unempathic, mean, frightening, not in any way trying to recognize what's going on with the child, but just for imposing your will in a harsh disciplinary fashion.
Now, Dr. Murray, are you saying that like a parent can't yell at a child?
No, not at all.
Are you saying that a parent can't discipline a child if they do something that they behave in a way that's inappropriate?
No, you have to discipline children in an appropriate way, sure, for issues, misbehaviors.
Are you saying that a parent can't punish a child if they do something that requires punishment?
I prefer to use the term discipline. Punishment has somewhat of a negative connotation, but you could look at it as punishment, I suppose, if it's reasonable and mild.
Okay, so what is more appropriate and also developmentally appropriate for a child of this age, you would characterize as discipline?
What would I?
Well, discipline is more appropriate than punishment for a child, a 14-year-old child of this age.
Yes.
What's the difference, I guess, between what is appropriate and then what is harmful?
The simple answer would be what's in the best interest of the child, and is what you're doing, whatever it is it going to help the child learn why this problem is, why their behavior was not good? Is it going to help give them ideas or ways to not engage in this behavior in the future, give them alternatives, to turn it into a learning experience at the same time with enough discipline that it does get their attention if you think it needs it. I mean, some kids, they get a harsh word from a parent and they're good to go for a year. Other kids need a lot more hands-on intervention. It depends on the child's temperament and personality.
Now, I want to talk about kind of the impact that cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation can have on a child's creation of their own identity. How does that impact that?
It's sort of a couple different things, two different things there, but the deprivation has actually been shown in longer-term studies to lower children's IQ, their IQ scores, so their intelligence level doesn't rise as high as somebody who isn't deprived or mistreated over the years.
Now, in cases where children are subject to cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation, do you see instances of that child engaging in fantasy or lying? Or can you see that?
Yes.
Why does that happen?
Some kids will start engaging in fantasy thinking and make up stories, and it's a coping mechanism to try to sort of fill the void of having so little mental stimulation or intellectual or cognitive outlets. So they then begin creating their own stories and fantasies to sort of fill that hole.
Now, I want to talk about a child expressing frustration and anger. Is a child expressing frustration and anger the same thing as violence, necessarily?
No, not at all. But violence would be one sliver of children who are frustrated and angry. Some will act violently.
Now, during the course of the review of some of the videos, did you see a few videos where Ronan is expressing inside the room frustration or anger?
Yes. Or a great deal of emotional pain that he doesn't know how else to release, it seems like, than when he starts just like tearing the posters off the wall or kicking his Legos around.
Now, just generally, outside of the specific facts of this case, is something like kicking Legos or screaming in frustration or tearing posters off the wall, is for a 14-year-old child, is that like a clinically significant type of anger or frustration just in general if a 14-year-old does that?
In and of itself, that's not necessarily a pathological or a behavior or some sign of serious mental illness. If it's infrequent and the child has really had a terribly, say, frustrating experience or something, they might come home and kick something on the floor. But no, in and of itself, no.
Could it be a completely normal expression of frustration or anger in a 14-year-old boy?
It could be, yes.
To react to maybe some kind of adverse experience or just whatever frustration it is?
Yes.
Now, in this type of situation, does that, Ronan being in that situation, locked in the room alone and having that type of response, does that tell you anything about how he's dealing with the trauma of the situation?
Well, he's only got a limited number of things he can do with all this angst and emotional pain and the effects of this mistreatment building up and building up. It's got to come out somehow. It always comes out one way or another in human beings. And it seems like in him, the only sort of outlets he's really got are to kind of throw things around or kick whatever's in the room that's left. He He did become suicidal a couple times from it as well.
So the only...
Which would be another way that you could get those sort of feelings, unfortunately, a method to get those out or deal with them.
So in the room itself, the only control he has is over the immediate items in the room.
Sustain, rephrase, counsel.
In the room itself, what does he have the capacity or the agency to control?
What did he have?
Yeah, about his physical environment.
Well, very little, because he's in a box, and essentially the only other things in there are a bed and a sheet and a pillow and a desk, and I believe towards the end again one book.
Now, at some point there might be some discussion in this case about more specific situations when a child has more specific behavioral needs than an ordinary child, or and we might discuss reactive attachment disorder. Are you familiar with what that is?
Oh yes, I am.
What is it?
It's a diagnosis, a condition where a child is deprived, usually during the first 2 or 3 years at least of their life and earlier, of consistent, supportive, appropriate parenting. So they don't have regular nurturance or contact with a caregiver, a parent. So they don't have the chance to sort of form secure attachments to a parent or two, which is what they're programmed to do.
And then, so something has to occur, just so I'm understanding you correctly, something has to occur early in life that makes it difficult for where they weren't able to form an attachment.
Well, yes, they're not having a responsive, tender care. They're being left alone for long periods of time. When they are fed, it might just be with a bottle a few times a day. Otherwise, they're left laying there unattended or with very little stimulation, and this results in their brain not developing properly, their emotional system not developing properly. Even physically, they don't grow as well. And moreover, their head size isn't even necessarily as big as the size that that it should be.
Now, in a child who does have an attachment disorder, is a child with this disorder necessarily violent towards themselves or others? Is that like something that always happens?
That's not actually a diagnostic criteria for reactive attachment disorder. Violence is not even one of the defining criteria or criterion of that.
Is there generally accepted, if a child does have some type of attachment disorder, and specifically reactive attachment disorder, is there generally accepted therapeutic interventions within the scientific community to address that?
The main treatment that has been shown to work is to get the child out of the problematic, uncaring environment, the pathological environment, as quick as possible, and put them with either a foster family or a stable relative, or have them adopted into a good parenting situation. I mean, that's the treatment, and get them back on a normal course of development.
And so we're talking about a good parenting situation. Do you mean stable, nurturing, that addresses the child's needs?
Yes.
Now,
that works, and the majority of children with RAD, reactive attachment disorder, have substantially diminished or even resolution of their RAD symptoms over time.
Is it considered therapeutically acceptable or appropriate to isolate, confine, or deprive a child who might have a history that lends them to having an attachment disorder?
No, it's just what you wouldn't want to do to a child with reactive attachment disorder, because that isolation and lack of contact and lack of affection are the things that created it in the first place. So you want to undo that by doing the opposite to the child with good parenting.
Would it exacerbate any attachment issues if they were there to treat a child like Ronan Ferriter was treated?
Yes, it would. Yes, it wouldn't. Yes, simple answer.
Now, what about a child? You mentioned that, in your opinion, there were some indications that there was a complex post-traumatic stress disorder indicated here.
Yes.
Would this type of treatment in any way address or help a child with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, no, I believe that's the cause of him having post-traumatic stress disorder is the abusive treatment that he received.
Now, would this type of treatment worsen the behavior or increase symptoms?
Yes.
Now, did you, as part of this case, have the opportunity to review a deposition given by a Dr. Rappa?
I did.
And she made some opinions about this case as well, correct?
She did, yes.
Did you agree with any of the opinions that Dr. Rappa made?
I did. In particular, she did describe the behaviors that Ronan was experiencing and the punishment, the isolation, the abuse as inappropriate and unacceptable. She referred to Ronan having complex post-traumatic stress disorder, partly from his experiences in Vietnam when he was in the orphanage, but I don't believe that would really add up, because PTSD is from being traumatized, be it physical abuse or a car accident or being caught in a hurricane or whatever it might be, or seeing something terrible happen to a family member. But being neglected and left alone doesn't cause post-traumatic stress disorder. So I saw nothing in the records that he had experienced any early traumas in his first couple years of life when he was in Vietnam, year and a half.
So you would be in agreement with Dr. Rappa that there are indicators that the victim in this case has experienced trauma?
Definitely, yes.
But the source of that trauma is a little bit of a disagreement, if I'm understanding you correctly.
If I'm understanding her deposition correctly, yes.
But would you agree with her her opinion that regardless of the source of the trauma, this is not the way that a child with PTSD should be treated?
Well, right, because you're continuing to inflict the trauma on the child, and the PTSD comes from the trauma, so you're just doing nothing but worsening the child's PTSD with more and more of the same traumatic experiences.
I think we talked about, in general, a child, that this would be harmful. If a child has specific, because of their history, has behavioral issues or maybe even a medical diagnosis, does that change whether or not this is an appropriate type of punishment for a child?
I can't come up with any kind of explanation that would justify the treatment Ronan went through as appropriate.
The fact that there might be indications that because of his history and because of his treatment that he was, vulnerable or psychologically complex, does that increase the risk to him psychologically to be subjected to this type of treatment?
Yes, above and beyond being especially vulnerable given he is a child, yes, that would even increase the risk more.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross?
Here we go. How many sidebars will we have? Put your number in chat.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Let me start with I have your list of testimony in cases, civil and criminal. It's a pretty extensive list. You've testified in Palm Beach County before, correct?
Yes.
And looks like all but one defendant, all were for the state. Is that correct?
I haven't reviewed it, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm happy to have you review it if you want.
I trust you.
All right. And can you tell me what you're being compensated for your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
How much are you being compensated for your testimony?
I'm being compensated for my time, but
This is
$350 an hour.
This is his first
All right.
question.
And how much time have you put into the preparation of your testimony here today? Approximately.
Preparation for testimony?
I'm going to break it down. Yes, testimony.
I would say in the neighborhood of 5 hours.
All right. And in addition to that, any other preparation that you did, how much time did you put in?
Reviewing the records, I have a sheet on my office desk. I'm going to estimate it's probably in the ballpark of probably 8 hours, 9 hours of record review to get through all the materials, which I tried to reread as much as I could in the last day or two, because there's a lot of information.
Yeah, and we'll get to what you reviewed in a minute, but I appreciate your answer. I'm looking at your CV, very extensive, thick CV, because it has all the publications that you wrote, plus those which you've contributed to, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go through a few here. I noticed, going back a little ways, in '94 you wrote one called Sexual Homicide by Adolescents.
Yes.
Staying with the 90s, '95, you wrote one called The Psychopathology, Biopsychopathology Factors, Crime Characteristics, and Classification of 25 Homicidal Youth.
Yes.
Staying with the 90s, you wrote one called The Psychopathology and Personality in Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
In 2000, you wrote one with a co-author called Anger, Experience, and Styles of Expression Among Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
Jump forward a little. 2002, I see one, The Sexual Assault of Boys Incarcerated in Jails.
Yes.
(2005) Personality Comorbidity in Adolescent Females with ADHD.
Yes.
I know you wrote that with others. I'm just trying to move it along, though. There's one that you wrote with somebody else in 2006, The Motivation Behind Serial Sexual Homicide. Is it sex, power, and or control or anger?
Yes.
2008, The Relationship Between Serial Sexual Murder and Autoerotic Asphyxiation.
Yes.
I tried that word twice and didn't get it. Jumping forward a little, 2012, Adolescent Parricide and Psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
The murder of a parent by a child.
You wrote a book as well.
I did, yes.
Which it's hard to get, but I got your book.
It's out of print.
It's out of print, but you know, someone still had it. It's called Juvenile Sexual Homicide. It's a 2002 book.
Yes.
All right. And you've also contributed in chapters in other books, correct?
I have.
So for example, current perspectives on conduct disorder, and that was for the Adolescent Medicine State of the Art Review.
Yes.
Serial offending in childhood.
Yes.
The juvenile justice system, delinquency, and the juvenile court.
Yes.
So you've written extensively on, seems a lot of your focus is on when juveniles commit crimes. That's a bulk of your work of study, correct?
Really, it's been more in the area of homicide, and often probably the majority of the homicide research I've done has been with children, meaning people under the age of 18.
Who commit homicides?
Yes.
And you're, in those articles I've looked at in your book, you examine the types of maybe common traits or commonalities that might help inform one on a child who's growing up that might commit crimes.
Well, yeah, you hope that it would have some impact on predicting it in children to avoid or help cut down on the number of murders in the future. Yes, that would be the ultimate aim.
So and in a couple of the articles, and in fact in your book, you go through some checklists of the types of those common factors, correct?
Yes.
Pulling out of your book, let's see here.
Good approach. All right, you may continue, Mr. Waheed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You talked a lot about psychopathy on your direct. There is a thing called a PCLR, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the psychopathy checklist, and it's 20 items that you rate to get an idea of how much of a really a criminal personality they have.
And
it's a score of 0 to 40.
And some of those items on the checklist are.
Let me have you approach. All right, Mr. Waheed, you may proceed.
So, again, on direct examination, you discussed psychopathy, correct?
I don't recall that I did.
Did you make any opinion today about connecting psychopathy with what happened in this case?
In the defendant?
Yes.
Did I rate the level of psychopathy in Mr. Ferriter?
Nope. Did you say that the types of environment that that Ty was in this situation, that he had at his home, that it could have it has an impact on a child's psychopathy?
As I recall, I used the word psychopathology, meaning mental illness, not psychopathy, something very different.
All right, so the objection sustained. You need to move on, Mr. Waheed.
Let me ask you about things you reviewed. You reviewed, so the state provided you a list of items, correct?
Yes.
About 95 pages of items. Included witness statements.
Yes.
When you say witness statements, did that include the statements the witnesses made during the trial?
No.
Did you observe those or read those in any way?
No.
And when I'm saying witnesses, I'm being specific to RF and FF, Ronan and Fiona.
Forgive me, I've been using his first name.
Yes.
Should I say RF?
It can be confusing a little on the names, so I'm going to go with Ronan.
Okay.
So Ronan or Fiona. You did not watch or hear or read those trial testimonies.
What I had was their there's the child protection team interviews, and then his statements to the police in the beginning, and then their depositions I read as well.
Okay. And you were provided by the defense a list of other items electronically. Did you review any of those?
I believe I made it through all of those.
Okay.
A lot of them were repeats of what I had received from the state attorney's office.
Sure, that's possible. So that included Ronan's early childhood records?
Yes.
It included his school records?
Yes.
And that would also be from Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
And that would also include those emails between the teacher and the parents?
Yes.
You also reviewed disciplinary records and other school records from Immaculate Heart?
Yes, I did.
You also reviewed clinical summary in April of 22 from Kenny Miller?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on the reactive attachment disorder issue, correct?
Yes.
You also reviewed the records of Dr. Thomas Rickenbacker?
I did.
You reviewed Ronan's other medical records, pediatric medical records?
Yes.
Did you review any of the photographs?
I did.
Okay. Did you review the Family Counseling Associate records?
Yes.
And there were some other records in there, though, that might go beyond the scope of what you testified to. So if they come up, I'll come back to those.
Okay.
You did not actually evaluate Ronan, correct?
I did not.
And you never asked to evaluate Ronan?
I asked if it was possible. Yes, I did.
And what were you told?
Let me have you approach on that.
I can reword it.
Okay, reword it in a way it does involve hearsay.
Sure. Based on the information you received, you then could not evaluate, you believe you could not evaluate Ronan?
True.
All right. And so obviously without actually evaluating Ronan, you can't do anything in terms of diagnosis of him?
Based on the extensive records, my observations of him on the videotapes, teacher observations, et cetera, I believe he has PTSD.
Well, is that your independent diagnosis or based on somebody else's diagnosis?
It's mentioned on occasion in the records, but my independent assessment would be that he does have PTSD, yes.
Well, but as a psychiatrist, is it not correct that you ethically under the rules are not allowed to make a diagnosis of an individual without actually conducting an examination and an evaluation on your own? Under Section 7.32 of the Principles of Medical Ethics for the American Psychiatric Association Ethics Committee.
It's not a hard and fast rule, and in fact, in forensic psychiatry, sometimes we're asked to review records of someone who has passed away from one reason or for one reason or another, and try to come up and with a diagnostic assessment.
Ronan is not someone who's passed away, though, correct?
Correct.
And when you say it's not a hard and fast rule, it's actually a written rule, though, correct?
Could we go over the language of it?
Sure. In order to arrive at a...
Sustain. Show him what rule you're referring to. You can approach. What was the last part? Oh, this. Let's show it to the state first, and then you can show it to the witness. Thank you, Mr. Waheed. All right, Mr. Waheed, you can continue.
We're going to come back to that question in just a second. Let me talk to you about the pediatric records, which you've reviewed. So let's start with the fact that he was, you've reviewed all these documents, so you know that he was essentially at 7 months old, dropped off at an orphanage in Vietnam.
Your Honor, I'm not judged to be on the scope of direct opinion.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
That's what the records show, yes.
Right. And you were talking about, this is in the context of you were talking about how early childhood issues might relate to later development, correct? You were talking about that a couple of times with the state.
Yeah, particularly reactive attachment disorder, yes.
Sure. So we're talking about early childhood. He gets dropped off at 7 months old. We don't know from records, because he was just dropped off at the orphanage, what the prenatal care was, correct? We don't know that.
No, we don't have those records.
We don't know what type of delivery of that baby happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And we don't really have a medical history for that first 7 months.
That's right.
Okay. Then the child's at the orphanage until about 17 months old, correct?
Yes.
And then he is adopted.
Correct.
By the Ferriters. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been a lot of conversation about his snacks and eating and that sort of thing. Is it looking at the 2021 medical records, which was literally the most recent prior to the running away that happened here in Florida, he had a 19.7 BMI, which was considered normal. That's normal, correct?
It's, yes. His weight was low, normal, I would say, but in the normal range.
His general appearance presented as well developed, correct?
Yes.
It was noted that he was well nourished and had no acute distress, correct?
And you're reading from the pediatric records?
Yes.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And I'm picking a particular date of 2021, because I know it changes. I'm not going through all the records, but that was the most recent one, right?
Yes.
Then there was a whole conversation that you had about sugary snacks. Do you remember that?
I don't know if we had a whole conversation about sugary snacks, no.
Well, you definitely talked about snacks with the state, correct?
Yes.
And amongst them was that he was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
What was the first part of your sentence?
Among the topics you discussed was that Ronan was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
More so meals, I believe we talked about, that sometimes meals would be held if they thought he was angry, or if they felt he was misbehaving in some other way, they might withhold a meal.
Okay, so we'll get to meals. Well, you also mentioned snacks, so I just want to go in order. So let me ask you, you reviewed the family counseling records, right? And that goes back, that starts essentially September 23rd of 2015. And Ronan is brought by his parents, and the chief complaint is he gets triggered and angry, that he has a low frustration tolerance.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is just him reading hearsay.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that there were a number of complaints that the parents came to the family counseling services folks with, which included what you were talking about with the RID, which was the hoarding of food, taking food from other kids, that sort of stuff?
Ms. Martin, the counselor, said I believe she was considering RAD.
Right.
As a diagnosis.
Yeah, so this is now
Kathleen Martin was the counselor.
Correct. I don't want to talk over you, so just when you're done, I'll then go. And in that first visit, though, one of the issues that was, or facts that was given to Ms. Martin was this taking food from kids, hoarding food, that issue.
I believe that's in the records. I don't remember the exact timing.
Okay. I'm happy to refresh your memory. It's right in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can
Thanks.
approach Mr. Wade.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And one of the complaints as well, I feel like I need to give you a copy of this because I'm going to do a lot of walking now. One of the complaints as well initially was that Ronan would actively defy or refuse to comply with requests from authority figures, parents, siblings. Parents and siblings are stressed by the yelling and temper tantrums, right?
Yes.
All right. So as a result of a series of meetings with Ms. Martin, one of the diagnoses that she had made was a thing called oppositional defiant disorder.
You can approach.
Welcome, everyone who is just joining. This is the case against Timothy Ferriter, and this is sidebar number 5. We have a poll up. We voted before we came back from lunch, and it looks like 75% of you in the poll were correct. Or no, that was breaks. Sorry, I said 4. So whoever said 20, they might win. They might win. I thought that was a little outlandish, but now I don't think so. We came back from lunch an hour ago. They've had 5 sidebars in 1 hour. And they're not short sidebars. Yeah, that was for breaks. I forgot. The poll was for breaks, and then we did a thing in chat. Roberta said 6.
Roberta.
420. You might just win it, Dandy. And she chit-chats. The mother chit-chats on every sidebar. I mean, look at this. This should not be allowed. What are they whispering about? Unreal. I wish I lived closer to this. I would go in person. Palm Beach County. 420 was the highest number. 420. And then I think we had like a 28, and then we had, I don't remember after that, but the highest was 420. Like, I'm shocked that she can even be in there, let alone whispering and chit-chatting and having her laptop out earlier, comparing things with the lady behind her on the phone. The girl behind the mom took a picture earlier. That was probably who got in trouble. Cooter Brown, you should go to Palm Beach. This is Palm Beach County Court. And they're saying this is going to go through Thursday. If you want to go, Cooter, go ask some questions.
All right, the objection is sustained. Mr. Waheed, you may continue.
It took them that long.
We've been going about an hour.
Wow.
Is this a good time to take a break, or you want to go for a little bit longer and tell me what a good stopping off point is?
I can just go for a little bit.
All right, so you tell me when you're at a good break point.
What? You wanted to take a break?
Based on your review of the records, are you aware that that Ronan was also diagnosed at some point with oppositional defiant disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's sort of describes what it is by the title, but it's children who are beyond normal in the sense of defying rules, being oppositional, stubborn, saying things that irritate other people.
And based on what was in the record up until late 2015, would you have agreed with that diagnosis?
I'd really want to know more as to what was going on in his life at that time, and I just don't have the detail to really feel confident on that one way or the other.
Sure. However, would it be enough for you, based on what's in the record, to at least say that that would have been an appropriate differential diagnosis at the time?
Well, there's a lot of reasons kids can be defiant and screaming and going after snacks and sneaking them, that sort of thing, and stealing food from other children at school. So I really want to know more.
All right. So that information, though, based on the record, was passed on to the parents, right? That diagnosis was given to the parents, correct?
I don't know. I assume.
Well, you have it in the records, correct, that you reviewed?
Sustained. If you know, you can answer, sir.
I don't know what Ms. Martin said to the parents about the diagnosis.
Would a document from her report help refresh your recollection?
Well, you asked me if they passed it on to the parents. So,
yes.
If that would help me, yes.
Sustained.
Sure.
That's Summer, our emotional support dog, this afternoon.
Based on your review of the records, was there any advice given as to how to handle that diagnosis?
Sustained. Let me have you approach on that, Mr. Wade.
Are you kidding me? Is this number 6? Is this number 6? Guys, I'm starting to think we're being punked here. This doesn't even feel like real life. Put a 1 in chat if you think this feels like real life. Put a 2 if you feel like you're in the frickin' Twilight Zone. My God in heaven. Make it make sense. Paul Clank, thank you again. Paul Clank is on fire. Jury gets 1 sugary candy bar for every sidebar. Hand out the Snickers. And every Snickers in this courtroom says crabby. Because this judge is crabby. They say crabby and they say lazy. Crabby and lazy. Oh my gosh. I just can't even believe this. Look at this girl on her phone. She's checking Twitter and shit. Are there any pictures of me today? Did I get tweeted out? Shh, shh. Shh, shh. Bubbly. Here we go.
Objection sustained. You may continue, Mr. Wahid.
If hypothetically a child's diagnosed with ODD, what would you recommend to parents as treatment?
Objection, relevance.
The hypothetical.
Sustained. Even a hypothetical still has to be relevant. So unless you want to argue the relevancy at sidebar, you can move on.
Oh my God.
I would like to do that.
All right, so let's approach again.
Oh my God, number 7. Number 7. Did you see his face? Look at Dickweed's mom. That's his mom. Look at, she's whispering to the other defendant. That's his mother. Oh my goodness. Number 7. This is number 7, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I told you guys this shit was a mess from the first day. I was like, we have got to watch this. And they're sitting there, look at her. She whispers the whole time. See this? Punani says 2:46 for break. You're giving him 6 more minutes? I think after this sidebar, Judge has got to go. Look at the judge. He's like, can we take a break now? Isn't it time for a break? You deserve a break today, Judge.
All right, the objection is withdrawn. Do you need the question restated for you, sir?
I'll just
Go ahead and restate it.
what would be the treatment you would recommend for ODD, oppositional defiance disorder?
In general, learning as much as you can about the ODD symptoms and where they're happening and what's happening, and is it happening everywhere, or is it happening just at home, and then how long has it been occurring, and then once you kind of get a real understanding of it, then it might be approached with individual therapy, or just be meeting with a child, or you might be doing parent training and working with the parents, and or you might also do family sessions where you meet with the child and the parents to work on the oppositional defiant behavior. And sometimes if it's really problematic and you're not getting anywhere with those treatments, you could consider medications.
A medication like, is it clonidine? Clonidine? It's a...
Clonidine?
Clonidine.
Possibly, yes. You could try that.
Okay.
Yes.
Can't learn how to pronounce before court.
Is your understanding that that was ever tried on Ronan?
That was tried for, I believe, ADHD.
But it was tried on him?
Yes. And sometimes children who are depressed will show ODD type symptoms, so you might end up treating them for depression and using an antidepressant.
And would limit setting be one of the things that you would recommend when treating a child with ODD, that parents have limit setting where they put limits on the child?
Yes, that may well be part of it, yes.
And I'm not sure if you said it, but also would therapy sessions be a part of that?
Generally, yes.
Would you take steps to reduce sugar or other types of caffeinated things that would make one more hyper?
That's very rarely going to explain ODD. I mean, could that be a small part of it? Maybe. But that isn't going to be the source of a child coming in with ODD symptoms.
You said a moment ago that at some point that Dr. Martin, in the review of the records, had also come to a conclusion later on in her work that there's a possibility of reactive attachment disorder. Correct?
It was mentioned, but I read through the records. They're a little bit vague, but yet she had a couple hour-long sessions with Ronan alone, and she described him as compliant, cooperative, normal speech, insightful, judgment intact, adequate impulse control, good memory.
Are you reading from a particular document?
That's from her notes from November 4th of 2015. So he didn't come across at all as having ODD in these. She had 2, I believe, 60-minute individual sessions with him. He came across as very sort of, really in a lot of ways, unremarkable as far as having mental illness symptoms of an ODD nature.
But in that same November 4th, 2015, isn't it correct that she also pointed out he was eating too many sugars and sweets, and that the parents had to, and that this was leading to emotionally liable behavior, and that the parents, including screaming, tantrums, and that the parents eventually, she opines that they need to monitor his diet, correct? I'm summarizing without reading the document.
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay.
But again, eating some sugary sweets isn't going to explain that diagnosis.
We can take a break at this time, Judge.
Okay, all right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mark, if you could escort them back. Actually, we'll take a 15-minute break. It's 2:45, and we'll be in recess until 3.
Shit breaks 1, sidebars 7. That's where we stand an hour and 15 minutes after lunch.
All right, everyone may be seated.
See if they talk about anything during this break.
All right, court will be in recess until 3 o'clock.
He's out. He's got to use the bathroom. No, I have not eaten anything. I've had Coke Zeros. Oh, I've had pineapple. I take that back. I had some pineapple. So, this case was supposed to end tomorrow. Oh my God, you were right on, Panani 246. Holy cow, you got it. Right, 3 o'clock, they're back. We got 15 minutes. No, I'm okay. I forgot I had pineapples. Nil got me on the pineapples. Nil's not got me on the pineapples. He said pineapple is so good. I can't remember exactly what he said it was good for on the live, but it's good for a lot of things. So, Punani, I've got a clip for you. Hopefully this doesn't get me copyrighted. This is way before your time, but a lot of us here will remember this. Richard Pryor used to do poop jokes. Well, Eddie Murphy Raw was like one of my favorite stand-ups of all time. Immune System, is that what it was? So anyways, Eddie Murphy is one of my favorite comedians of all time. You probably know him from movies. I don't know, The Crumps or something. You're very young. Nothing wrong with that. But you probably know him from certain movies he did later on in his career. But Eddie Murphy Raw is one of my favorites. So this is a clip, and this reminds me, every time you make shit jokes, this is what I think of.
Pryor jokes, I'll be going, you ever sometime, right, you get on that toilet and when you shit, that water splash up on your ass? Don't that make you mad, right? You know what really make me mad is when shit come halfway out your ass, then go back up in that motherfucker. Right? Why do shit be teasing your ass, right? Just get the fuck out, right? You know what really bothers me is when you be straining for a long time, right, and one little pebble shit come out. Right? Be some shit this big, right? Well, push your head up your asshole and say, that's all the shit I'm gonna get, motherfucker. You know what really makes me mad? When your ass don't cooperate with you and clench up and break the shit in half.
This is the judge.
And you be mad as a motherfucker too, because you know you got to wipe your ass for 5 hours and shit, right? Use 12 rolls of toilet paper on that motherfucker. You know what really make me mad though is afterwards, right? It's after you shit, you done all the shit you gonna do for the whole day, right? You finish shitting and you flush the toilet and wait a second and one chunk come back. What does that chunk want? That was my act. My mother sit there shocked. Now, if you don't speak English, you can't hear that bit. All you hear is shit, ass, shit, shit. See, I got a lot of foreigners that come over. I got a lot of people
This
from other
is so
countries that see
funny.
my films that come over to the United States because in New York is like a tourist place, and they get HBO, and they catch Delirious, and they can't speak English, and try to do my act on the street, and all they got is
I love
curses.
this right here.
I got foreigners from all over the world walking up going, Eddie Murphy!
Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Fuck you, Eddie.
Eddie! Fuck you, Eddie! I know you! I see you on television! You're the fuck you man, right? I love it! Fuck my dick, huh?
His outfit, though, it's the best. It's the bestest. Let's see.
15 and talk and act and walk and do everything like Richard Pryor. My mother would sit there and watch her little 15-year-old son on stage saying some outlandish shit. My whole act back then was about taking a shit because that's all I had done at 15.
You guys, if you haven't seen the whole Raw, it is so funny. I love Eddie Murphy. I think Eddie Murphy and Chevy Chase are like my most favorite of all time. Eddie Murphy doing James Brown. Eddie Murphy on Saturday Night Live. How about this one? The hot tub party. Remember this? This is hysterical.
It's James Brown's celebrity hot tub party. And now, here he is, the godfather of soul and hot tub man #1, James Brown.
What? Classic.
Sometimes it make me break out in a cold sweat. 1, 2, 3, 4.
This is the best.
Hot tub. I'm full of water. I say hot tub.
You think they're going to end my life? I don't want them to end it. Make it cooler. I wonder if I speed it up. If I can do it. This is 1983, guys. 1983. Good God. Look at the guys. I'm going to pause or mute it for a second so we don't get struck. He could barely do it without laughing. These are just classic, man. Oh my gosh. This is from Delirious.
To sing and get famous. James
How
Brown
young
been singing
he
20
is.
years. I don't know what the fuck James is talking about. I don't understand shit James said. I met him once at Saturday Night Live. I walked up and said, James, I love your stuff. James said,
Hey, we have a new lounger. Paul Clank. Welcome to the lounge. Thank you for joining, Paul.
and whatever James is saying is some real heavy shit to James. Because it's real meaningful shit to James, because at the end of every sentence he ended off with, he meant that shit that he just said, boy. Everything. He said, and you get mad, you start putting the needle back saying, what the fuck did I just miss?
How do people say?
Oh, man. Good times, good times. What is this?
And what are you going to say to your fans when they ask you some questions about it?
I'm going to say I feel good. Papa's got a brand new bag. It's a man's world.
Please, please, please. I want so bad. Give it up. I'll turn it loose.
Well, that's the second time we've heard that in 2 days. That's very interesting. Now, don't leave us, James. You stay right there.
I'm
We
not
have
gonna leave.
more
I
that
ought to
we
do
have to
something.
talk about. Well, tell us a little bit about what you're going to be
Hello,
doing on
Dad.
this tour.
Huh? What'd you say?
What are you going to be doing on this tour?
I'm going to be doing. Papa's got a brand new bag. Living in America. Sex machine. Get up off of that thing. I feel good. Jam.
Papa's got a brand new bag. I got to.
Now, I understand that you have already... James, I have to ask you one serious question here. I understand you already have started divorce proceedings. Does that mean that you're now eligible?
Yes, I'm single. I want to mingle.
What the fuck is James talking about?
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
What'd you say?
The women love you when you get out there.
Why is that, ladies?
Well, I'm asking you.
Look at... Tell me these people aren't wearing these freaking glasses now. I can't. We're still at break. We have 5 more minutes, guys.
Huh? Because I look good.
That is? You
I
look
smell good. I
Yes.
feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
That's because I'm a man. Spell man. M-A-N.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are. James, we want to thank you for being with us today
Wait
and
a
giving
minute,
us an
I just got
opportunity.
here.
Oh, is there something more you want to say that we haven't
I want
covered?
to say a lot of things.
Okay,
I
go
love
ahead.
You. I love America. I love everybody.
Well,
I feel good.
It sounds to me as though you're not troubled by any of this at all.
This is a man's world.
No more so much. It's a man's world. Call the super band. I got you. Feel good. Ow.
Thanks for reminding us of that. Every once in a while, we forget.
Get up
but
off
we've
of that
remembered again. James, good luck on your tour. Thanks for being with us. I guess we're going to hear lots more.
Hasta luego. Look at that.
I cannot. I cannot. There's no mug in the mug store or in the merch store. Do I need to go and check this problem out? Frag says my lives give her dopamine. That's a good thing, right? That's a good thing, right? I hope so. I hope that you don't leave here depressed over the things that we see, because that I definitely don't want anyone to feel that. I want everyone to leave feeling good. Let me check out the merch store really fast and see what's going on. Because I feel like this merch store things expire and I have to renew them. I feel like that's why you're not seeing, because the mug should be a staple in there. So let's go and check that out real fast. Dopamine is always good. I feel good. I knew that I would. No, I think it expired. Let me just update this. Loading really slow. I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. Go to store. Let me see if I can find it. I love the "Why Are People Such Idiots" shirts. Yeah, the mug is there. There's 2 mugs. Here is a link to the Orig. Tell me if this works, Kendi. Aw, you leave depressed because I'm gone. Squirrels. Thank you so much. I'm glad. You guys are the vibes today, too. You got yours today, Flo? Awesome. Let me know if that worked, Kendi. It's black on the inside. Did you get to choose? I can't remember. Let me see. Oh, yeah, they are. They're black on the inside. And then there's that one, and then there's the Space Nerds, and there's the double logo one. And this one. I'll put the link for this one, too, if you guys want to look at them. Oh, you went to the old store. Thank you, Connie. You guys make this channel what it is, guys. I do, Teresa. I get a percentage of my merch. So the merch store, let me see. Back. It's J4J411.live. But I'm going to go ahead and put it in chat, and there's the merch store. I love the Space Nerds one too, because we're Space Nerds, even though we don't like to talk about it and admit it every day. We are Space Nerds. Thank you, Kendi. Oh, yay, Flo, send it. I know Punani said she sent a picture of her t-shirt. I didn't see it. Punani, that is so sweet. I think they are $20 with shipping, if I'm not mistaken. And just so you know, you guys, we have $20 t-shirts in the merch store. I've probably got 4 or 5 at least different styles of $20 tees. So times are tight. I get it. There's also limited edition embroidered tie-dye t-shirts. There's tie-dyes for your little guys and girls. There's blankets for your pets, or a blanket. There's caps for your head. There's all kinds of stuff in the merch store. So check it out. Check it out. I appreciate your guys' support. I really do. I really do. If you guys have any ideas for any merch, let me know. So in the past, we have Flo with her mug she bought on September 27th. You got that quick, Flo. That's awesome. Punani Queen got a Good for the Goose shirt just a few weeks ago. And Globalism last month got a mug. And so did John Gone Girl. So nice. So nice. Sporting the J for J merch. Melissa, I did get yours in your tie-dye. Ladies, scoop neck. Okay, let me write this down because I don't know what you guys like. I just go through and I'm like, I don't know. Porch fart lady shirts. So you want scoop neck? And maybe today, satin. Headbands. Let me see what I can do on that. I'm thinking about getting some pepper sprays. Would you guys want pepper sprays? Like good pepper sprays. Not necessarily logo pepper sprays. I'd rather get ones that work and work good. Would you guys be interested in that? Oh, Amica mug. It's probably copyrighted though. I don't think you can do copyrighted like stuff. You need somewhat pepper spray. It's a good idea, isn't it? We could sell pumps. Psh, 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 psh. Next time I pump up my bike tires, that sound will never be the same. You guys have to email this stuff because I forget. Island Thrifts, thank you for your super sticker. I love the little guy in his chair. That's how I feel. I wish my chair had like controls and I could do that. Oh, we're back. 302. Yes, we're keeping track.
Well, you ready to continue with your cross?
I am.
All right.
He was born ready. All right, I'll see you guys in a few.
Mr. Wahid, do you have an idea of how much longer you're going to be?
I got your picture, Punani. It's adorable. I love it. And I love your kitty cat. Look, guys.
Sorry, I don't.
What's good for the goose?
All rise.
Beautiful. You're beautiful. Stand up.
Stand up.
Thank you, Potato. I missed that. Potato did show me that, and I missed it.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Wahid,
All right,
you
I'll
may
see you
continue
guys.
with your cross-examination.
See you guys in a little bit.
Thank you, Judge.
Keep your cool. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Doctor, we're going through some of the items that you reviewed that would form your opinion. So
What?
Ronan was also diagnosed at some point in the records with ADHD. Can you tell us what that is?
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder affects about 5% of kids, and they have trouble paying attention, concentrating, completing tasks, sitting still. That's also called hyperactivity, where they have trouble.
And that was, he was about 10 years old back then.
Yes, in that neighborhood.
And so well, first, based on your review of the records, would you concur with that opinion?
What doesn't seem to support it is the teacher complaints that occasionally occur aren't about he's not paying attention or he's getting bad grades because he can't concentrate or finish his work. So the teacher reports don't really support ADHD very well. And then when I see him, for instance, on his lengthy CPT interview, he doesn't show any hyperactivity at all, and he's concentrating and he pays attention to everything that's said to him and responds appropriately. So, and then also the video in his box, he doesn't seem hyperactive in there most of the time. So I really felt like that may not be at all a accurate diagnosis.
Well, so this was when he was about 10. You didn't have the CPT interview when he was 10. You didn't have videos when he was 10. So based on the review of records up until he's 10, with the chief complaints about essentially what we just talked about before the break, which, the acting out, temper tantrums, the focus issues that are in the report that we just went through before the break, through all of those things. So just knowing what someone would know in the record up until the point where he's about 10, based on that, would you concur, if you were to go back in your DeLorean to that time and you were making the diagnosis, would you agree that that could have been a valid diagnosis when he's about 10?
It could have been, but when you look at these notes, for instance, when he's 8, he's described as getting along with children and he responds to discipline. Other notes around that time describe normal mental status examination, normal behavior going back in the pediatric notes. So that doesn't really fit with ADHD.
What would you opine is a treatment for ADHD?
If the child has ADHD, if it's on the milder side, you can try behavioral interventions and modifying the environment and having them move their desk up to the front of the room so they're less distracted by the kids around them. And then when you get to moderate or severe cases, you generally have to go to medication.
Medication like clonidine?
That's a second level medication. There's sort of the first tier medications are still the stimulant medications like Ritalin.
Okay. What's 10X? TENEX.
That's a medicine like clonidine. It's called guanfacine. It's a similar blood pressure medicine, actually, but it was found to work for ADHD as well, to be helpful for it.
And based on your review of the records, you're familiar that Ronan was prescribed these medications?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, do you know that, so Dr. Tom Rickenbacker found that he had ADHD and also the reactive attachment disorder, correct? At the same time?
I'd have to refresh my memory. I think he was considering reactive attachment disorder also. I thought the wording was that there's RAD issues, but maybe he made the diagnosis.
I can refresh your recollection if you want.
Okay.
My pleasure.
You can approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, just let's have the protocol that you show it to counsel first before you approach the witness.
Show it first to her?
Yeah, so it's
Sugary snack.
Gonna fucking need extra slot a second.
Does that help refresh your
It does, yes.
So it's fair to say that back in 2019, Ronan was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder and ADHD.
Yes, I don't believe Dr. Rickenbacker had the entire story at that time. I don't see any mention of, that's 2019, around the time that Ronan would have been starting to be isolated and put in the box, to my understanding.
So you
if he didn't know that, that could be the reason why he's roaming around at night inside the cell, and that he's having behavior problems at school.
All right. So you didn't agree with the ODD, oppositional defiance disorder diagnosis. You don't agree with the ADHD diagnosis here. What about the RAD diagnosis?
And again, I'm questioning those diagnoses because I think there's conflicting information, and the people who were assessing him at the time, I don't believe had the full picture.
All right. Now, it's fair to say, though, they were closer to the opportunity to assess than you are sitting here, correct?
As far as being in the room with him, yes, but they didn't have the benefit of many, many years of observations and records on him. They would not have been provided that or had the time to review all that anyway.
All right. So is that your opinion because you believe that, and I just want to be right about this. I think what you just said is that because they don't know that this is generally what you said, they don't know that he, Ronan, I assume, was in the box, the room, at the time, and that's an added fact that makes a difference for you, correct?
It does, yes. Again, because maltreatment can look like ADHD. And all these diagnoses say you have to exclude any other potential cause for this before you make, say, a diagnosis of ODD or ADHD.
But earlier when we were talking about Kathleen Martin and her family counseling associate records, those were in 2015. There's no allegation anywhere in the record that Ronan was in that room in the garage in 2015, correct?
Correct.
But he's still acting out and doing all these things and, being disruptive and throwing tantrums and uncontrollable, correct?
It's not like he's always like that. I mean, I didn't see any really big school problems at that time.
So when you say
that's the history that is coming out from I believe, a parent. And then when she's in the room with him, he comes across as a pretty normal kid.
When who's in the room with who?
Ms. Martin is in the room with Ronan for those 2-hour sessions. And the pediatric records around that time aren't real documentary of extreme behavior problems either.
But after she's in the room with him for those sessions, she still opines he has oppositional defiance disorder, though, correct? And he's still not, in a room in the garage at this point.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. But you still don't think you think you're in a better position to now decide he did not have ODD back in 2015. Is that it?
What I tried to explain was I would want more information so that I could feel comfortable ruling in or ruling out that diagnosis. And I just don't know. I really just don't know. I don't have enough information.
So it's fair to say also you don't have enough information to say that Kathleen Martin's diagnosis is incorrect back in 2015.
Or
right?
correct. That's right. Either way.
All right. Would that also apply to the psychiatrist, Dr. Tom Rickenbacher's opinions? You don't have enough information to decide whether it is or isn't accurate? Is that your opinion?
It is, yes.
All right. Let's talk about, so as part of the basis of your opinion, you reviewed medical records, but you also reviewed school records, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those were school records from 2 different schools, correct?
Yes.
Independence Middle School and Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
I believe Independence Middle School is earlier in time. Let me say that again. I believe Basis Academy is earlier in time.
Right.
All right. And so you reviewed those log entries, right? And
I have, yes.
so it's fair to say that there's a series of incidences where Ronan does something at school. The school basically reaches out to the parents, tells them what he did wrong, and then the parents respond, often the exact same day by email.
Objection as to hearsay.
I haven't.
Let him finish his question, Ms. Copeland, then you can make your objection. But you are, let me have you approach.
Paul, thank you for buying a shirt. Paul just bought a What's Good for the Goose shirt. Thank you so much, Paul, for your support. A Mercury Sable. I was in an Astro van. Not Astro. Yeah, a Ford Aerostar. That's what it was. A Ford Aerostar shaped like an egg. Paul Clank, thank you so much for being such a great supporter. Yeah, I pulled in and my parents had gotten home. Yeah, they were like standing outside. I was like, oh, I washed your van. I had to drive it around to dry it off. This is number 8. Sidebar 8 breaks 1. And look at, she takes her opportunity to chit chat during the sidebars. I don't think this doctor is going to be able to complete his testimony today. I think he's for sure going to have to come back tomorrow. This is just getting to be stupid. Yes, be like Paul. Get yourself a shirt. Blair. Oh, yeah. We've all done dumb shit as teenagers. I mean, I've never seen anyone talk during sidebars like she does. Ever. Usually they sit and they're quiet. Look at the judge, though. He's laughing. What could they possibly laugh about? You know, I have fun-sized Snickers in my freezer. I'm about to go grab one.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay.
Okay.
All right, objections.
You're muted. Judge, unmute. You're getting a little crazy with that button. Unmute, Judge. Unbelievable. I do sometimes, Connie, and they're so good. The little ones, freeze them. They're amazing. Look at Streamlabs. weeks. Streamlabs has the best timing ever. I don't think we're supposed to be muted right now. This is this is something else. When are they going to notice?
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
I know the way he closes. He did that earlier when they asked for a break. He went, oh. If you're a member of this channel, we need to get an invite for Discord up for the members. Members. Let me do that right now while we're muted. Because we're certainly not missing anything, are we? You would think someone on Zoom would alert. I guess they can't. They're probably all like automatically muted. All right, I'm going to put a link to the members only Tinfoil Hat Lounge on Discord. And this is for members of the YouTube channel. I think. I'm getting the invite up right now. Hold on. Okay. How do I invite? I'm terrible at this. I can't believe we're still muted. Oh, here's invites. Okay. I don't know how to find the invite link. I just can't. I know some of you aren't on Discord. I just got on Discord. I don't know what I'm doing, so if you want to come learn with me, come on in. If I can figure out how to invite you guys, I would do it. Maybe Tato. Oh, Tato's in there. Tato's in there trying to find the link. Wait, I think I found it. No, I didn't. This is ridiculous, you guys. You sent me a tweet. I know we do, Carlin. I'm so terrible with emails. We definitely need to link up for sure. Are you on Discord, Carlin? So if you look for J is for Justice, I guess. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Invite. Copy link. Okay, if you're a member, this link should work if you have Discord. I don't know if anybody else has put it in chat because I'm not reading chat right now. We're going to be muted until the next damn break. I'd rather talk on Discord too. I am bad with emails. I get so much junk too. It's so hard to sift through. I'm getting hot. I think I've got it. I hope I did that right. We do like watch parties in there and stuff. It's fun. We haven't done it yet, but we're going to when we figure it all out. All right, Teresa's in there. Awesome. Melanie, welcome. Dandy, Sherry, Carlin. Welcome, guys. Yay! Hello, Noelle. Whew, I am really hot. See, this is going to be fun. The Tinfoil Hat Lounge. Join. All the members. It needs a phone number? What do you mean? You don't want it to have a phone number? I don't know how to get rid of that. I wish I knew how to change that. I don't know how to do anything in here. Noelle, I saw what's going on. I'm really sorry about that. Blair, welcome, Blair. Oh, they do? All right, let's go over to them then. Let's go to Lawngram. I just can't believe that they lost their audio. Like, what?
Problems going on before he was, say, 8, and then it seemed to start around that time.
Well,
and they had him up until that point for 6 from the pediatric records, really, are the main things, and they never took him to any sort of counseling. There's no school records with complaints of Ronan's behavior before age 8.
So it's fair to say that we are how do I word this? Can I come sidebar, Judge?
You can.
All right, this is sidebar number what? 9? You texted me a few times. I didn't get any texts from you. I hope you're doing well as well, but I didn't get anything from you. You're a designer. What kind of designer, Jen? I'm learning. I don't know anything about Discord. This is all new to me. Last time I had it open to everybody, and we were trolled and trolled hard, and I don't want to deal with that. So that's why I've made it members only. Yep, we get unmuted, and then we get bailed by a sidebar. So I think we're on breaks is 1, sidebars 9, and in 2 hours. In 2 hours.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Just because you don't have records before the age of 8, that's why you're saying that, correct?
That and the pediatric records don't suggest any problems with his behavior. They refer to normal mood, normal development, reaching his milestones on time.
But you weren't provided any of the school records or any other records before that age, correct?
Correct.
So
from school.
Sure.
Any other records from school.
Or any other therapy or other mental health records or anything like that?
Well, I have a mental status exam, in essence, from when he was 17 months old, when Dr. I think it's Halavy assessed him, I think, in Vietnam, and he was described as smiling, laughing, walking, running, and climbing, and his fine motor skills were good. So he was actually not showing the full effects of being just sort of this non-reactive, non-responding sort of infant that's been completely neglected.
So you have other than that, you have no other mental health or therapy or school records before the age of 8?
No.
All right. And that is why you're saying that there weren't any. That's your basis to say why there weren't any incidents before the age of 8.
I didn't see any.
Because you don't have those records, right?
Sustained. Unanswered. Sustained. Move on.
So when he goes to Independence, we see a similar pattern, correct? Where
Ms. Coakley, let him finish his question. Restate your question, Mr. White, so I can capture it.
Sure. We see a similar pattern that we saw at Basics, where there's an incident that happens with Ronan in school. School reaches out to the parent, and the parent says that they will they'll talk to him, they'll do something about it, right?
I got it.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a point in time where that's like almost every month, right, in 2019.
Approach.
$10? Are we in the double digits? I'm saving you right now. Noel. Saved. All right. Maybe because I didn't have you saved, but now I do. Thank you, Jen, and drive safe. Drive safe, honey. Oh my God, we're in the double digits. And like I said, these are not short sidebars. Tough tip. It's polar opposite, isn't it?
All right, the objection is sustained. Counsel, rephrase, please.
That's what your mic sounded like, your old mic, Potato. That noise, that's what I was talking about. Look, Addie still has it frickin'
So,
pinned that they're on a 15
I'm going to talk through
break.
the year of 2019. It's 2 schools. So he was at Immaculate Heart, and then he is at, for the first part of the year, and then at Basis the next part of the year. So looking at 2019. Just in February, March, April, just in those months, there seems to be an incident. There's at least 5 incidents, correct? A very short span of time.
In which month?
Late February of 2019 through early April of 2019.
I tried to list them out. I may have missed some, but I have 12 of them over a period of 4.5 years, 12 teacher communications with the parents about Ronan, the behaviors.
All right. So that's
probably out of 800 school days. I've got roughly 12 complaints.
So the question, though, is within a very short span of time, from February 28th to April 5th, there are 6 incidents where the school has to reach out to the parents in a manner we just talked about, where they are complaining about his acting out, his behavior, injuring other children during recess, or taking electrical items, calculators, whatever from other kids, and the parents respond to each one of those within a day, saying that they will take some corrective action.
And what period are you saying that starts in? What month and year?
February 28th, 2019.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So there's February 28th, 2019. I have March 8th, 2019, March 16th, March 22, March 27th, April 5th. Correct?
I don't have all those. I'm not sure if they're related or not. I have the the February 28th, 2019 one marked down, where he got into an altercation with another boy, and they were both throwing punches.
So the question I have, first, I can't ask the question until I know. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with the foundation of what I'm saying?
I didn't document all those, so if you want to show them to me, if there's 6 of them there or 5 of them, I don't have those documented. But if they're all about the same incident, that's why I would not have documented all 5 instances. If it's just more about the same incident.
The different incidences. Each is a different incident. I understand your question. So I can show you. Hang on.
Do you need to approach?
I do, Judge. I just get organized first.
So is that a joint?
All right, you may approach.
Or is it a cigar?
All right, Ms. Coakley, we need to get a microphone in your hand when you make your objections. I got spanked from recording that they couldn't hear you, so I'm putting it on you now. Use the mic. I've yet to go to trial yet where I didn't get that call from recording, so.
Thank you.
And when you're walking away, if you're talking to Mr. Wahid, you need to have the mic.
goes the slurping.
Mark, do we have a second handheld? Let's put that on the podium for Mr. Wahidi.
You should be able to, Paul.
Or just take it up to him if he's going to be talking.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
For the record, just showing the witness to help refresh his recollection.
Thank you.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
So when you're done looking at the documents that are being used to refresh your recollection, you'll put them down, turn them over, and then you'll be asked if that refreshes your recollection.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Okay, see if I can remember those.
I'll leave them there for a minute. Sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
All right. So during the time period of, and I actually forgot a couple. I have it. There's a January and another February here. Now I think about it.
You can approach if you need to show it to him.
Judge. All right. So the question I was asking you earlier is, and I had said 5 or 6. I now count, and I've tried to help refresh recollection about 8 incidents from January 29th, 2019 through April 5th of 2019, where the school reached out to the parents with incidents that had taken place with Ronan.
Right, so the question is, has his recollection been refreshed? That's the first question we have to get to before we talk about what his refreshed recollection is.
I'm just giving context.
Yeah, but my concern is in the method of questioning. It's putting, let's find out if his recollection's been refreshed first.
Has your recollection been refreshed, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So there were incidences on January 29th of 19, February 15th of 19, February 28th of 19, March 8th of 19, March 16th of 19, March 22nd of 19, March 27th of 19, April 5th of 19, at the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at each time, in each of those incidents, it ranged from some injury to another student to some property damage or theft, correct?
No. One of them is he had, I believe, green sprinkles in his possession. Another one was he took some snacks from another student. Another one was he was found in possession of a Texas Instruments calculator. Another one was he did something to a computer regarding the coding or something. He was trying to get to a game on that computer. And then he had the one we talked about already, where he had a fight with a boy on the playground. I mean, they threw some punches. And then, let's see, another one was he kicked a ball at another student multiple times. And then, so
how was that?
I didn't see where anybody was injured or hurt. I mean, and many of these are regarding items he had in his possession or messing with the computer or having sprinkles.
Sprinkles which he had stolen, right? Those were not his sprinkles, correct?
I'm not sure where he got the sprinkles.
I'm going by the documents you reviewed. And when you're saying not injured, isn't there literally on the February 28th, 2019, where the note says he has this is an ongoing pattern of Ronan injuring children at recess, correct?
If it says that, yes.
You can look at it, it's in front of you.
I thought I had them in order. You did say February 19th?
I said February 28th. 28.
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
And when
he is assigned an after-school detention for 1 hour.
And okay, fair. And you said one of the examples when I said theft, you said, well, he was just found with a Texas Instruments calculator. That was a stolen calculator, correct? The parents are the ones.
It was not his. That's correct.
The parents found it and contacted the school to say he's got this calculator. It's not his.
Right, I believe that's right.
And the school said, oh, we've been looking for that. It's another student's.
Sustained.
So you'd agree that of the incidents, we have injuring other children, we have theft, correct? We have those two so far?
Yes.
All right. And it's appropriate for parents to react to that in a way to try and curb that type of behavior of their child, correct?
It depends on how they react. But yes, they should deal with it appropriately, yes.
So, and we went through the medical records already, but at this time, he's already been seeing a therapist. He has also seen a psychiatrist, Dr. Rickenbacker, at this point already, and this conduct continues to happen, correct?
Well, you're bringing up a lot of things from 2019, and that's around the time he was put in the box. So how much of this is acting out from being put in the box? It would be my first question, because you do document a blip up, a increase in his behavior issues at school.
Well, I went through I went through all of the records before that as well, and we can keep going through records in 2018. I could do those too, and you have them. And if you want, we can go through 2018.
Sustain.
Well, is it your position that this acting out that I just went through in 2019 did not occur in 2018?
We talked about some of the things that happened before, like the boy kicked him on the field, and then he punched the boy, and then the Legos incident.
And the finger and thumb incident?
Yes.
Okay. So there were things in 2018 as well?
Yes.
Going from February of 2018 all the way to December of 2018?
I have October of 18, but maybe there was one in December that I didn't document.
So on direct, you had talked a bit about the him being in essentially solitary confinement, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that he was in that room 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis. Yes?
It's not my position, it's what the records reflect.
Which records?
All of them put together, CPT records, police interviews, collateral interviews, for instance, what Fiona said.
You testified on direct, you reviewed 40 videos, ring videos, correct?
About that, yes.
And that's out of approximately 21,000 ring videos, correct?
I don't know how many there were. I know there was a whole lot of many videos.
So the 40 that the state selected to give you are the ones you reviewed?
Correct.
And it is your opinion from the review of those 40 videos, is that where you get your 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis that he's in his room? We're talking about January, right? January of 22.
Yes.
Okay. That's where you get that information? From the ring videos? I just don't know the basis of
No,
your...
I didn't get it from the ring videos, no. But the ring videos corroborate that history, that he would be woken up in the morning, he'd be asked, is it dirty, referring to the plastic bucket. Then I believe he was allowed to go on to the bathroom, then he'd go back in the box, and then the mother would take the children to school, and then she would come back and get him around 9, and then he would go back in the box after school, say, I don't know, 4:30, whatever the math would be.
Are you aware that...
4:30 p.m., of course.
So I'm trying to understand the basis of where you're getting that number, that's all. So I said, is it from the 40 videos? You said it's not just from that, it's from the record. So what are you talking about? Where do you get that from? You said the CPT, that was one thing you said. So who in the CPT said that? CPT record?
Ronan.
Okay. Ronan said he was in there 14 to 16 hours per day?
What I had was a ballpark of when he left the house, when he was let out of the box, and then when he got home from after school, when he was put in the box. And then he was kept in the box, to my understanding, almost every night, fed in the box after everybody else had ate. And then he stayed in the box throughout the night until he was let out in the morning. So if you add up the hours, it's probably, I don't know, even if you went 5 o'clock to midnight, that's 7. Then midnight to 8 is 8, so that's 15 hours. I'm just ballparking it. I don't have an exact number of hours.
If I were to tell you that if the evidence were to show that it is no more than 10 hours a night, and at most, on occasion, a 3-hour block during a day, would that change your opinion in any way as to whether or not, and I'm not sure what your opinion was here, whether or not it was malicious?
Any amount of solitary confinement for hours to me is unacceptable. There's no justification for it, and it's cruel.
Okay. So it wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
So the lessening of hours wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
Okay. And so if I were to tell you that...
Let him finish the question before you make your objection. Go ahead, Mr. White.
Sure. If I were to tell you that, hypothetically, that that he was out with family on various occasions, he participated in community events or any of those types of things, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of those episodes of being out and about. So no, I've already taken those into consideration.
If I were to tell you that he was provided a breakfast every morning from his mother, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of that already, except there were some mornings he didn't get breakfast, and it's on the Ring video as well. Him being handed, say, a banana with some peanut butter on bread.
And the banana with peanut butter on bread is not breakfast in your opinion?
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, so you said he was not given breakfast, he was handed a banana with peanut butter on bread. That's what you just said.
No, I said some days he did not get breakfast.
Okay, and then other days he got, as you said, a banana with peanut butter on bread.
My understanding, most days he was given breakfast.
So, on direct, by the way, you had said that you spoke to the issue of the banana with peanut butter on bread in the context of torture. Is it your opinion that it's torturous to get a banana with peanut butter on bread for breakfast?
No.
Okay, because I'm a big fan of banana and peanut butter mix. So.
I am too.
Okay. And is it your opinion, or would it change your opinion if you saw videos of Ronan eating dinner outside his room during that January of 22 time period?
He said that on 3 instances, he did have dinner with the family outside of the cell in January. So about one out of every, whatever it would be, 10 days, he ate with the family dinner.
And would it change your opinion if, going to the breakfast, that he had breakfast outside his room, out in the kitchen?
I don't recall seeing information on how often he was out for breakfast. My impression was from reading all the materials that he didn't go out for breakfast, or very rarely.
Would it change your opinion if there were videos with him sitting on the couch watching TV with his dad?
My opinion about the okayness of solitary confinement? No. No, but I know that at times he was out of his cell and spent some time in the house with the family.
So it's fair to say your opinion So give me your opinion again, sum it up, because I'm a little vague on it. What is the opinion you are trying to, as an expert psychiatrist, convey to this jury?
I've given multiple opinions. What opinion would you like to know that I can repeat?
Something that a psychiatrist would opine on.
That the parents' treatment of Ronan was psychologically abusive. It was physical abusive. It was neglectful. It put him at serious risk of harm and health issues, or even worse. It was cruel. It was malicious. It was dehumanizing. It was degrading. It was very damaging to his identity, his self-esteem, his whole adjustment to life, being put in this kind of a solitary confinement situation.
And knowing what RAD is, and that there are, as we discussed already earlier, that we don't know what Ronan's first 17 months was like before he was adopted, are you taking the opinion that he does or does not suffer from reactive attachment disorder?
I would concur that he had signs of reactive attachment disorder when he was younger. In fact, one of the pieces of that was early on when he was an early toddler. His mother said that he was just really resistant to being cuddled, which is sort of a classic sign of reactive attachment disorder.
And that would be something in line with what would have happened to him in the first 17 months of his life, correct? That would have been that's a very likely cause for that reactive attachment disorder.
Knowing all we do, yes, that would line up.
Okay. And is it your opinion that that Tim Ferriter caused the reactive attachment disorder?
No.
Okay.
Did his behavior exacerbate it and bring signs of it back? I would say yes. But
Okay.
he didn't cause it. It was caused by his first 17 or so months in Vietnam.
You also know, though, from review of all the records we've already talked about here today, that he was given medical advice, and he followed that advice, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware if Mr. Ferriter was provided any medical advice?
What I'm aware of is that Ronan was taken to several counselors when he was younger, and what kind of struck me was he didn't stay with any counselor more than really a few sessions, and then he wouldn't go anymore, and then later he would go to another counselor and see them maybe once or twice or three times, and then it would stop. So I question why there was not consistency and follow through with the first or the second or the third counselor to try to treat his problems. I don't know the answer to that.
And if I were to tell you, hypothetically, that that Tim Ferriter was provided medical guidance from all the records we've looked at, and that he attempted to follow that as best he and his family could under the circumstances, would that change your opinion in any way?
Improper objection, improper question. Thank you.
Approach. All right, the objection is sustained. You need to rephrase, Mr. Wahid.
So, Doctor, if Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it, would that change your opinion?
About his treatment of Ronan in the solitary confinement or the physical abuse? I mean, no, I don't see how it would. I don't think any professional gave him advice to put your child in solitary confinement or physically abuse the child or withhold meals for punishment or take his one book away as punishment or turn the lights out. No, I don't. It wouldn't.
In terms of if any of the behavior of Tim Ferriter, do you believe it was in response to Ronan? Because we had a conversation earlier about chicken and egg, or you did. So your position is that Mr. Ferriter's the chicken and Ronan's the egg. Based on that question I just asked you, which is if hypothetically Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it in his journey with Ronan, would that change your opinion as to who's the chicken and who's the egg in this scenario?
The easy answer is no. I don't know how it would. But as I said earlier, Mr. Ferriter didn't cause the original reactive attachment disorder problem.
Correct. So did Mr. Ferriter? So the short answer you just gave is no, it wouldn't change your opinion. Correct?
Correct.
All right. On direct, you talked about the juvenile detention center. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were talking about what the confinement looks like, correct?
Yes.
And you were talking about how it isn't pitch black in there.
Right.
All right. But there is a thing called lights out at a juvenile detention center, correct?
Yes, but there's enough lighting where officers can do their rounds and look in and see all the kids. So it's not pitch black, but the lights are dimmed down, so it's easier for the kids to sleep.
You wrote an article that I reviewed where you talked about the type of violence that happens at juvenile detention centers, correct?
You mean towards the kids?
Yes, towards the kids or from the kids to each other.
An object as to relevance?
Sustained. Unless you want to approach Mr. Wahid.
No. It's fair to say you've written substantially on juvenile crime, correct?
Yes. Juvenile violence and homicide in particular, yes.
And you're familiar with the term school to prison pipeline, correct?
Object as to relevance?
Sustained.
As far as you know, based on all the records you reviewed, Mr. Ferriter never called the police on his child, did he?
Object as to relevance?
Sustained.
Roberta.
Objection.
Let me ask you about what are the options for parents who have a child with reactive attachment disorder in terms of private pay solutions?
Objection. Relevant.
Sustained.
Go sidebar, Judge, on that.
You can approach.
What number is this? Is this 12 or 13? Paul, did you get Discord figured out? Bella has had it. You hear her? Tell him, Belle. Bella, tell him all about it. Get him. Tell him. Sidebar number 13. Lucky number 13. Lucky number 13. I think 420 might win today. I say that we're going to have a break at 4. I say 4:17. The judge is going to say, in the next 10 minutes, let's take a break.
She said we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
All right, the objection is sustained. Next question.
Her mother looks terrible.
Doctor, now, I don't know, a couple hours ago, I asked you about the ability to opine on a diagnosis without having evaluated a patient or an individual. And you'd asked me to show you the section. May I approach, Judge?
You can approach Ms. Coakley first.
Why isn't her mother sitting by
And
her?
then you can approach the witness, Mr. White.
And why is she wearing a brooch?
Take the mic with you if you're going to be speaking.
Showing you the section 7, and I think I earlier stated it was section 7 sub 3 of the Principles of Medical Ethics with annotations, especially applicable to psychiatrists.
This is called the Goldwater Rule. Had to do with Barry Goldwater when he was running for president, and there was a poll about whether he was fit to be president or not. That's where this came from. And I've been in committees trying to rewrite this because I was on the ethics committee for 18 years. So I'm very familiar with this. And that doesn't exclude us if we're asked for a professional opinion.
What is the rule?
Unless you've been granted proper authorization for such a statement. So being an expert witness for the court would be proper authorization to offer my professional opinions.
If you could just read the whole thing for the jury, just because they don't know what you're looking at.
Okay. On occasion, psychiatrists are asked for an opinion about an individual who is in the light of public attention and who has disclosed information about himself, herself through the media, that is, that person in the light of attention. In such circumstances, a psychiatrist may share with the public his or her expertise about psychiatric issues in general. However, it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination and has been granted proper authorization for such a statement. And it should say there, from that person in light of public attention. So this is really about talking heads getting on TV and talking about somebody and making a psychiatric diagnosis, say some serial killer or some other, typically those sorts of crimes, where the psychiatrist will make opinions without having done an examination.
There's no
without having anything to go on other than what they've learned about from, say, the media. So it's trying to stop that sort of attention-seeking behavior by people who like to get attention being on one of these talking head shows, to put it bluntly.
There's no exception in the rule, though, written, correct?
Unless you're granted appropriate legal authorization or whatever it is. Yes.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right, Ms. Copeland, how long do you expect on your redirect? Because we've been going over an hour. I want to give the jury. All right, I'm going to give the jury a 10-minute break then before we go to the redirect. It's
I told you 4:18.
4:20. We'll be in recess until 4:30.
He said 4:20. He said 4:20. He said it's 4:20 somewhere, guys.
It's the same instruction.
So now we are breaks. 2. Sidebars. 13.
All right, everyone can be seated. Before I let the attorneys go,
Psycho
my
killer.
feeling is that we'll conclude with his redirect, and then we'll be done for the day. Okay, but my understanding was you have a substantial amount of other publications or publishing that you're going to do, so that's going to have to wait until tomorrow. You have another witness. All right, we need to squeeze every minute out of the day that we have, so if you can finish that witness, and we don't keep the folks, because one of the jurors indicated a problem staying after 5 today, so I don't want to push that. All right, that'll be fine. Okay, all right, good enough. All right, sir, you can step down during the break and just obviously the same instruction. Don't speak with anyone regarding your testimony.
Did he really just hurry up with the witness? Because a juror doesn't want to stay after 5? Yeah, they're not digging what you're doing, Judge.
Danny, did you hear that Judge Weiss is going to be covering my docket tomorrow? And we'll start the trial at 8:30 tomorrow. Yep.
Recess.
8:30 tomorrow, guys. Oh, we got to squeeze every minute out of the day like I squeeze every turd out my arse every day. 6 times a day. I just can't. I've never seen something such a cluster. Have you? Put a 1 in chat if you've seen such a cluster in your life. I've never seen such a cluster. He doesn't look too worried that he rejected the plea. How long is this one? 10 minutes?
Objection!
It's crazy. We need to squeeze every minute out. It's like, what? You're the one that breaks every hour. He's like, oh, we've been going over an hour. I need to let the jurors. The jurors are probably looking at him like, no, dude, keep going. We want to go home. We want to go home.
I don't know.
All I can say right now.
She said, We came home. We planted flowers on the side of the house.
Yes, brakes 2, sidebars 13. You may, Punani, you may. Thank you for always reminding me, because I would have forgotten I had it. We'll pull it up on the big screen since we have 10 minutes, or 8 minutes rather. Who thinks they're going to be late? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they're going to be late from the break. Put a 2 in chat if you think they'll be right on time. Put a 1 if you think they'll be late. Put a 2 if you think they're going to be right on the money. I have no faith. None. But here's the picture I was showing you guys earlier of the family. He's wearing that same shirt he was wearing in those videos of the ring. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same day, but yeah. There's the Ferriters. The Ferriters. The Ferriters. Just call them the Ferriters. All right. Here we go. Replay from earlier.
Of adolescent parricide and psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
Thank you. Hold on, let's listen again. Ready?
Of adolescent parricide and psychopathy.
Psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
Psychopathy. What's parricide?
Of adolescent parricide and psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you.
Psychopathy.
What's parricide?
What's parricide? Psychopathy. All right, you guys think, I don't see any 2s. None of you think they're going to be on time.
Of adolescent parricide and psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
Psychopathy. The judge said a juror, yeah, they have a problem leaving after 5.
Of adolescent parricide and psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you.
Psychopathy, thank you. Parricide. Is that like parasailing? I know Roberta's a member. Isn't that awesome? This is for you, Roberta.
Roberta.
We love you.
Did I ask them to do that?
Thank you for subscribing. Raina, thank you for subscribing. Psychopathy. Hi, Cammie. How are you?
What's parricide? Of adolescent parricide and psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you.
Psychopathy.
What's parricide?
What's parricide? Oh, man. It's been a long day. Long day, folks. Perith Franth? Their son's name is Pirth. Pirth. Let me see. Did that other channel ever get sound back? Look how my algorithm gets, not algorithm, but my YouTube gets messed up. This is the live testimony, but it just meshed. This happened to me before on a live, remember? This is the news station that's streaming this. Look at this. I'm on a cruise ship, but
to be honest, there's so much going on under the ship.
But it says live testimony inside garage box room. Watch. If I refresh, it'll be fine now. It's so weird when it does that. Does yours ever do that? Did I ask you to do that? You guys, they remained muted. You guys, they remained muted that whole time. Till the break. They were muted till the frickin' break. Holy hell. Wow. I'm actually kind of speechless on that one.
All right, Mark, as soon as the witness takes the stand, you can
the judge is here to pump you up. Pump you up.
Stand up!
Oh my God, I know, muted that whole time. The fuck?
All rise.
Jury entering.
They came back early. Imagine that. Peanut. Oh my God, a peanut in the poopy.
All right, everyone may be seated.
Is everybody even back in the courtroom?
No, that's connected.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may go ahead and begin.
So just to go back to that Goldwater doctrine, are you allowed to opine on whether or not the President of the United States has a psychological condition based on their interviews on television?
No.
Are you
considered unethical to do that?
Would you be allowed to just watch the TV coverage of this case and come in and do an opinion?
No.
Is it permissible to, as part of a court proceeding, review all the records involved and opine in certain circumstances?
Yes.
Now, there was a lot of questioning on cross-examination about whether or not Tim Ferriter acting on the advice of medical personnel would change your opinion. Was there any indication in the records you reviewed that the defendant in this case was advised to treat his son how he did?
No, there was not.
Was there any indication from any of the people involved that it was appropriate to confine his child for multiple hours a day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional ever told him that he should keep his child in a room in the dark for hours during the day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional said that the child should be deprived of access to a bathroom?
No.
Would that be a medically acceptable treatment for any condition?
No. I
Now-
can't think of one.
What, you can't think of one?
I can't.
Now, I want to talk for a second about some of the specifics that you testified to. There was a little bit of a talk about the oppositional defiant disorder diagnosis by Miss Martin. Was she a doctor or a clinical licensed social worker?
She's a social worker.
Okay. So that wasn't a diagnosis that was done by a doctor?
Correct.
In addition, that was in the year, what year thereabouts was that?
That should have been 2015 when he was, let's see, 8.
2015, or would it be 6?
It was 2015.
Leading, is that the sustained rephrase?
Well, about how old would he have been?
He was 8.
And in general, did you see or were you able to tell how often he was, there was any kind of intervention for that, or how often he met that licensed clinical social worker?
Sorry.
Okay.
I was looking.
Was
I'm
it more
sorry.
than a handful of times?
I'm wrong. It was, yes, okay, I'm with you. We're talking about Kathleen Martin.
Right.
Yes, and that was, I have in my records September to November of 2015, when he would have been 8 in 2nd grade.
So a 3-month period?
If that, I could only find 3 sessions, the intake and then a couple of those, a couple others.
And in reviewing of the records that were made available to you, is she the only practitioner that found that oppositional defiant disorder?
Susan Martin, in the same year, a counselor also who saw him, very limited notes from her as well, but she had ODD as a diagnosis or possibility.
And would that not reflect later on? Was that reflected in the findings of the other people he saw, like in 2018 and 2019, which would be like Dr. Reinbacher?
Yeah, he focused more on the ADHD. I believe ODD may have surfaced.
Now, or was he? Take a look. Was he just reactive attachment disorder and ADHD?
Yes.
Now, is there a treatment for oppositional defiant disorder if it in fact is accurate?
Yes.
Does it involve locking a child in a room?
No.
Does it involve isolation or confinement of a child?
No.
Would it be just therapy and medicine?
Yes.
Now, is there any indication that that was pursued for Ronan beyond those 3 appointments that you told us about?
No, and that's what I could never sort of find a reason in these couple therapists he went to as to why it just stopped after 1 or 2 or 3 sessions. There was no sort of explanation. It just stopped.
Now, we also discussed with defense that there was diagnoses at some point in his history for ADHD. Is ever it's confining a child a treatment for that?
No.
Now, we talked about what Dr. Reichenbacher found between 2000 and the end of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. About how old was Ronan at that point?
He would have been 11 at that time.
And even then, with the reactive attachment disorder and the ADHD, is it a treatment for a reactive attachment disorder to confine a child for long periods of time?
No.
And in Dr. Reinbacher's records, is there a reflection or a consideration about whether or not Ronan is experiencing aggression?
You're saying, does it address that?
Yeah, does it address whether or not that is a symptom that is he is struggling with?
Well, January, it says, of 2019, it says he's doing better with not getting angry, and he's been apologizing. And then in May, it says he's not having severe aggression, and that he's having adequate behavior at school. And that's in May of 2019.
And is that, based on the records that you reviewed, the last professional intervention with a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a clinical social worker in 2019?
Yes.
And
that's it.
In total, about how many times did he even see Dr. Reichenbach?
A handful of times, 4 or 5, maybe 6, something like that.
Now, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said four, 5 or 6 times?
It was 4 or 5, maybe 6.
Now, you mentioned that you had some disagreements about, or maybe some questions about the diagnoses that Dr. Reichenbacher came to. Is it important for a psychiatrist when making a differential diagnosis to know something like the conditions in which the child is living?
It's extremely important, yes. I mean, is the child being abused? Is the child being neglected? Is the child in solitary confinement? And around the end of the time that Dr. Reichenbacher was seeing him, that was occurring, and there's nowhere in the notes he had any idea of that.
Would that be important information that would influence an expert making an opinion about the cause of some type of behavior by a child?
No, absolutely. That would be a huge influence on your assessment of why the child's having problems at school.
I want to talk for a second about some of the school misbehaviors that the defense went into. You talked about behaviors that started occurring in a cluster in February of 2019. Does that coincide with when he starts to be confined in a room in a garage in Arizona?
Yes, it does.
And can that type of treatment impact his behavior?
I believe it would have had a huge impact on his behavior, yes.
Now, when we talk about like the correspondence for these types of behavioral problems, are you also seeing very minor infractions committed behaviorally?
Yes.
Things like bad language?
Yes.
Stealing a piece of candy?
Yes.
Now, are those, even with the acts of a mutual combat with another child, getting into a fight with another child, are those the level of behavioral issues that you would expect with a child that has a severe conduct or attachment disorder?
He doesn't have a conduct disorder per se. I mean, that's a diagnosis. I would say he has conduct disorder. Okay. I don't think you mean that.
What do you think I mean? What do I mean? Tell me.
You mean a behavioral?
Yes. It's someone who has a behavioral problem that is clinically severe. Would you expect to see a higher level of behavioral problems in their life?
Well, yeah, you would. Even with a child with reactive attachment disorder, they're going to, or symptoms of it, they're going to have some delay and maybe not, they're not going to be so great at their psychosocial skills, their social skills, so they can get into, more likely to get into conflicts or be teased by other kids.
As far as like the level of adverse behaviors that Ronan has experienced is indicating, would you consider these to be severe behaviors that, based on the records from the school?
No, not at all. One of the most telling things is he never even got suspended. So often, in my own practice, for instance, I'll see kids that age, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. If they get into a fight, they get suspended. It's sort of like the intent of the child and how severe is it. And so he's never once been suspended, which really tells you that nothing really rose to a particularly severe level of aggression.
That fist fight that we read that email about, did both children get punished?
They did, yes.
Now, did you see in the review of the records, was there any indication that at any point Ronan had an IEP or any kind of individual educational plan to address behavioral issues at the school?
No, I didn't see that, no.
Was there an indication that the school was told that he didn't have behavioral issues in some cases?
That he did or didn't?
Did not.
Yes, there were.
Tell us about that.
Well, there's some notes from the school that say that in general Ronan's been doing fine this year and there hasn't been any problems. And then the other thing is, when I had mentioned how many days of school he's been in the 5 years up to being put in the box, we're really talking about hundreds and hundreds of days at school, and yet we only have these isolated handful of events, whatever it is, 10 or 15, based on the email. So really you're talking about a boy who's getting in trouble not very frequently at all when you look at the 180 school days a year.
Now, when we're talking about the communication that the defendants had with the child's school indicating that they were notified of the punishment and they were going to address it, is there any indication that the defendants notified the school that the way that they were going to address it was to confine the child in a room in their garage?
No.
Did they ever inform the school of the living situation of which they were subjecting the child to?
No.
Now, you also talked briefly about a report by another licensed clinical social worker, Kenny Miller. In reviewing his report, was there a bias in his report that you perceived?
I need you to approach.
15? Is this 15? What is it? You guys, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, that scared me. They're exchanging notes? Did you guys see that? They just exchanged notes. Why are they doing that? What did she just hand him? What did she just hand him? She just handed him something.
And they were going.
This bitch up to no good. She just handed him something. Watch. Did you guys see it?
I need you to approach.
Why can't I get back to that?
Ow.
Yes, I did.
When was it issued?
After the Ferriters were arrested.
And was it based in large part on their representations to Mr. Miller?
It was, yes.
And so did that have an impact on how much you weighed his conclusions?
It did, yes, because I didn't see that he had any exposure or access to all the other information in this case that would have, I think, improved his ability to understand what exactly was going on with Ronan and the parenting.
Now, lastly, the defense asked you about your ability as a psychiatrist to opine that something is malicious. Is it in your realm of expertise to make a clinical assessment of parents' behaviors, especially in the cases of abuse?
Oh, yes. I mean, commonly.
Is that something that psychiatrists, medical doctors like yourself, especially forensic psychiatrists, commonly do?
Yes.
And based on all your training and experience and also the active literature, are you able to, as a psychiatrist, to opine that this conduct was malicious and harmful?
Yes, and those physical abuse or psychological abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, those are actually diagnostic categories in the DSM.
That
we need to put those in the record when we believe that they're occurring, so we have an accurate representation in the medical record of what we have opined about the patient.
You believe that was occurring here?
I believe what?
You believe that was occurring here, abuse and neglect?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. Approach.
Oh my God. I don't even know. Are we on number 20?
Pawpaw. Roro calls him Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro?
not,
Who was
not,
Roro?
It's Pawpaw. I don't know.
Danello's shoes? I just changed the permissions in.
All right, the request for recross is denied. That concludes your testimony, sir. You may step down. Thank you for being here. You have one more witness. It's going to be very quick, Ms. Coakley. All right, call your next witness.
How many are we on? 16? 1-6? The defense didn't make one valid point. It was like, the whole time. He's muted again. He's like, can we just go home now? You watch. He's going to end it. He's making them hurry, which is bullshit, right?
So hot and hurt.
Bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-N.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin.
Detective Lowe, can you just introduce yourself quickly?
Yes, I'm Christopher Lowe, agent with the Jupiter Police Department, and my role there is a digital forensic agent.
We met you yesterday and
ma'am.
talked to you a lot. Did you make further further exhibits for the court as it relates to some of the ring video?
I did.
Yesterday, we entered in a few videos related to the rocks and the shells. Did you expand that time period to include those videos that are already admitted, but also the surrounding time frame of that?
Yes.
That is what contains on these USB drives?
Correct.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the videos that you retrieved from Ring as a result of the lawful search warrant in this case?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move them in as...
Your next number is 20 and 21.
I'll do them, yes.
You've got two. Is it 20 and 21?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? All right, court receives and accepts States Exhibit 20 and 21 in evidence without objection.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
Bye,
sir, that
Punani.
concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here again. And you're not excused from all proceedings yet, as you know.
We know, Judge. Potato.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, we're late in the day now, so we're going to go ahead and break. We're still in the state's portion of the case that will continue tomorrow. As I advised you this morning,
done for the day.
because of my expectation that we are behind schedule, we're going to try to squeeze as much out of the days going forward as possible so we can get this trial concluded.
No pun intended.
Which means for tomorrow, your schedule is going to be different than it was today. I'm shooting for an 8:30 sharp start time for the trial. I've cleared my morning docket, so everything is
I hope the
put in place so
jurors
that
have
8:30 should
babysitters
not be
in
a problem.
place.
You need to check in with the jury office no later than 8 o'clock and meet my deputy at the elevators by quarter after, so he can get you into the jury room, you can get settled, and then we'll shoot for the 8:30 start time. Remember, during the break, don't discuss the case with each other or anyone else, do any kind of research, and again, I know at the risk of stating the obvious at this point, make sure you do everything possible to avoid any inadvertent media exposure.
Blah, blah, blah.
Because I don't know that I asked you that. I think I did ask you that this morning. I'm trying to ask it every morning. I will ask you that again tomorrow to make sure that no one has been exposed inadvertently to any media exposure. So with that, same instruction, go home, rest, relax, have a good dinner, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Is her mom ill, maybe?
All right, everyone may be seated. So before I let you folks go, you can be seated. where are we with the state's case at this point? How much more video do you anticipate publishing? So the state's case will take the better part, or maybe it sounds like the entirety of the morning, so we should anticipate starting the defense case probably shortly after lunch. Is that a fair estimate? Ms. Black's rolling her eyes, so I'm thinking that may mean that I'm off on my estimate.
Ooh,
Well, we can't allow that. That's.
He called her out.
Well, we can work the schedule. That's within the courthouse here, right? Yeah, we can work the schedule out. If the video recording is 4 hours, if that's what you anticipate publishing, that's going to take us with breaks and stuff. We're going to be to 12:30 or 1 anyway, and maybe we break late for lunch and make it from 1 to 2. But in any event, the anticipation is to start the defense case tomorrow sometime in the afternoon, which, based on the timing and chronology of things at this point, we are assured of going into Tuesday. And then I'll make a decision tomorrow of whether it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. I will tell you the odds are it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday. I still need to address the one issue with the juror tomorrow morning with respect to the flight arrangements. And depending on what her situation is, apparently she's asking now. So what is she asking for? Whether she can be reimbursed or she can't be reimbursed. I've already done the background work on that. So she has it would be $140 per ticket, so $280 cancellation fee. I'm inclined not to force her to have to cancel, so I would give consideration to starting it on Wednesday, and that's gonna require significant changes on my part with the schedule next week. But I'll make that decision tomorrow. I'm not prepared to tell her what I'm going to do today. Okay.
Yeah, don't tell the lady.
All right. Anything else I need to address before we
hanging.
break for today? Tomorrow will be a long day. My plan is to go from 8:30 to 6. Although I'll be guided somewhat by what you tell me, Ms. Murad, and you, Mr.
8:30 to
Wahid, as
6
to where
tomorrow.
you are. You know you're going to get all day Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday, one of those days. So if it makes sense to break at 5, you tell me. And as long as we're not pushing it into another day other than
9.5
Tuesday or
hours.
Wednesday.
How many breaks?
I would ask to break at 5 tomorrow. So I have 3 witnesses that are civilians I can put on tomorrow, 2 of which are by Zoom. I don't think they will be that long.
Okay.
We have our own videos that we need to play. In light of how long the state's videos are taking,
Hold your mic.
I'm trying to limit my publishing and do it during closing, just so that they don't have to, I'll be going so close to the closing argument, I'm not going to watch it twice.
Right.
But I need Agent Flo, and it's better for him to come on Tuesday.
I mean, I've already let her know. I will stipulate that the videos are authentic. I may have some that are there from the ring search warrant. I may have some objections to their admissibility otherwise, but I'm not going to require her to authenticate them through Agent Lowe.
Is that the only reason you would need Agent Lowe is for the authentication?
We do have to establish some stuff for a possible lost evidence instruction, but that would be very, very short. So
Monday, Tuesday,
All right,
Wednesday,
so
Thursday, Friday.
you do what you have to do.
Saturday.
If you're trying to establish that, I don't know how I'm assuming the state wouldn't stipulate to that, right?
No, and there's like a lot of things that have to happen.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to break at 5, I don't think I have a real problem, given the fact that we're not going to finish tomorrow under any stretch of the imagination.
Or two.
Yeah, I'll let you know tomorrow as to the moving parts here in terms of the schedule. The one juror doesn't return until Tuesday night, so I have to make a decision whether I bust the jury in terms of knocking. She's in the number 5 spot and bringing in the alternate, or to keep it intact. My strong preference would be to try to keep it intact and start Wednesday, but I have to make a decision whether that's the most efficient use of resources and time and their time at this point. So I'll give that some consideration tonight and make a decision tomorrow.
Sorry.
All right, speak into the microphone. I don't want another call from the
Pull it
court.
down
Once we
below
get to
your
the
chin
defense
and
case,
aim
the
it at
state
your
would
chin.
be inclined, we would want to renew our objection to Kellen McCoy, which is the teacher, as being cumulative. They did ask about that she's the one that testifies that she works at Immaculate Heart, where Ronan went into the classroom and embarrassed his sister. They did ask Ronan about that on the stand. He did admit that happened. That's not an issue in dispute. And so it would be cumulative at this point, in cumulative bad character evidence, to call a witness just to reiterate the same thing.
Okay, all right, so I'll address that when it comes up. You had something you need to add, Mr. Wade?
Yes. This is more on scheduling, really. If I heard right, the court said Tuesday or Thursday?
No, he said Tuesday.
Yeah,
or Tuesday
but
and Thursday, I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's all in flux because I've got to make a decision what I do with juror number 5 because if I decide to do everything possible to keep her in the original panel, that means we would have to start Wednesday instead of Tuesday. And I might do that. But
I don't know.
Start Tuesday or that's kind of the way I'm leaning, only because I know the thought and consideration that goes into both sides decisions with respect to the original panel of 6. I assume would that be your preference as well?
No. Part of the reason is because obviously it's delays is one of the issues, and I think there's 3 alternates. So I'll be honest with you,
You don't have a position strongly one way or the other?
At the moment, I would rather keep it moving than that. One of the reasons, Judge, is I actually have on the 12th, which is Thursday next week, a whole day of death penalty oral arguments set. So that's just something that is looming for me.
Well, I don't even want to tell you the amount of rescheduling I'm going to have to do as well. So I'll make a decision tomorrow, and so I give them clarity as to what's going to happen. So the last thing, near and dear to everyone's heart, jury instructions. I don't think I need jury instructions until whatever first day we start back next week. So just keep that in mind.
Whatever day. Everybody's life is in
else?
the wings because of him.
Likely we'll, we'll get that tomorrow. That'll be done before we start the defense case. Okay. All right, good. I'll see everybody tomorrow for an 8:30 sharp start time. Thank you.
He is so self-centered.
Court is in recess.
You buzzed?
Oh my God.
These nuts.
I'm scared to say any more. But we need our going out video, but we're going to wait. Let's see what these two do. Look they're going home together. She's waiting on him. I can't stop looking. I'm sorry. I have to wait it out. If you guys have to go, I understand, but I'm waiting this one out. I despise these people so much. What was our ending score? Since lunch, they took 2 breaks and 15 sidebars. Look, he's got something to smile about. I can't. You and me both, Carlin. Kidding. And they just casually walk out. The twin ferrets. I can't. What's he doing? Is that ferret? Is that her sister? Look at this. 2 and 15. Thank you, Myron. Oh, look, they had to take it off him now. There's the logo. All right, here's our going out video because these people are irritating. So let's listen to the blah, 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 Judge.
Remember, during the recess, don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Do any kind of research, blah, blah, blah. You've heard it all at this point. Most important.
Coming at your mouth with your blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Zip your lip like a padlock.
In the morning.
Blah, blah, blah.
be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
I heard Eduardo with like a G. Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
But I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact.
Sorry.
That I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that.
My threats is fresh and I'm looking deaf. Yo, what's up with LOC?
My new shoes hanging by the pool.
I didn't want to see you again for the rest of my whole life. And I didn't want to see anybody else either.
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.